not going to have the integrating element that should produce something that would be to the benefits for the entire society. And I wish to finish this presentation mentioning that all the aspirations that we have need to have the necessary social base. Thank you very much. Well, we will continue with you, Tiago. What aspects do you think are important to be included in this tension, co-regulation, self-regulation, state regulation, to provide a guarantee to ensure there is respect for freedom of expression on the internet? It's a great honor for me to be here. Good morning in LACIGF. Thank you for the invitation. I think that I am going to speak in Portuguese. I love Spanish, but my Portuñol is not that good. So let me speak in Portuguese. Freedom, privacy, rights of privacy and human rights of freedom of expression is crucial. Any action taken by the authorities of our committee has to go in hand with the with Decalogue, with the 10 tenets that created our civil framework for internet, and with the number 1 point in our this statement has to do with respecting privacy, because and liberty. We have to conduct ourselves respecting human rights and freedom of expression. Those are essential tenets that produce the basic life of society. The steering committee in our country in the past 2 years an effort in order to guarantee to organizing 2 seminars and 2 offices to discuss the role of internet in the context, in democratic context, especially during electoral processes, and also to trust and other fundamental rights. From this exercise, we have a chart or a booklet that contains good best practices with orientations for different actors in the ecosystem, including the private sector. And also, this gave birth to recommendations that are aimed to inform the electoral tribunal in our country, which is the highest authority in this area. I was one of the representatives from civil society to participate in this consultative council that was created by the electoral authority in Brazil to discuss the role of internet on elections and to discuss its effects. We had 10 minutes and we had a series of in the manipulation of elections using technological means. The result of this exercise is a result that shows some signs or paths and provides some alerts that have to be important to be taken into account. First, it is not possible to establish controls or previous controls in terms of content in the internet. If we were going to follow this, we would be no doubt about it, we would be restricting censorship. There is no way to compare internet with traditional media where you have a previous editorial control. Somebody decides if some information is going to be aired or not. That's the first lesson. The second lesson we learned is that it's important to invest. You need to invest in the long term. For digital development, one significant part of the population cannot distinguish fake contents from truthful, true contents. And This ends with polarized societies, as it is the case with Brazil. Fake contents or fake news are replicated in any channel without any critical thinking or reading. And third, we have to resist the temptation of criminalization. In Brazil, last year, 35 draft laws bills were presented to criminalize the publication of fake news or the sharing of contents that were false or fake without any confirmation, Therefore, you could have a link without reviewing it. Could be complicated. We have 160 million users of Internet, and you have sentences in those draft laws that could include several months of incarceration. Can you think what would have happened if, when you are punished, you don't have access to the open market? So this is unthinkable. It's very difficult to think of controlling the apps to do that. To think of a case, let's suppose we have someone who was condemned because he or she retweeted or something that was not reviewed. Can you who's in charge of verifying that? So this type of approach is mistaken, and this is extremely problematic for the respect of freedom of expression. We have to avoid those. What do we do then? We presented a number of suggestions, and we sent 8 suggestions on WhatsApp. A lot during the last electoral campaign. Some of these suggestions have been accepted. One of them is the possibility of blocking certain guests, and also in terms of using these WhatsApp messages as political tools or weapons, we saw a decrease in the malicious use of those. And we included some suggestions for the improvement of the product. In this regard, these improvements were made in this area in order to be more accurate and to protect the end users. Therefore, the debate on freedom of expression has to be taken into account in the framework of misinformation, hate crimes, hate speech. Solutions are not easy. There is one silver bullet. This is no unique and magic one that can solve the problem. The Brazilian experience, despite its complications, is showing us that you don't have a magical single solution to address this situation. This is my last remark here. And I think we will have time more. I hope we will have more time to discuss some other details further in this meeting. I would like to. And there are some people that still need to retrieve their earpieces for interpretation. You can do that right now. We are going to give the floor to Maria Cristina. The question I have for you is, which are the mechanisms or initiatives that Facebook is developing, or in general other platforms, to address these criteria that were mentioned during our introduction, those that have to do with transparency, due process, the sensitivity of local ability. We would like to hear what Facebook is doing in this regard. Thank you. Let's start by saying this. We have over 2.4 billion users per month. Just to give you an idea, we have millions of pictures uploaded uploaded every day, and the text is also significant. This is important to understand the size of the operation, because since its inception, Facebook has been trying to keep certain balance among three principles that, in our opinion, are based on human rights, but adapted to the platform. And those are security, number one, of the users, in order to exercise your voice, and you have to feel you're safe, and that's the second one. And the third is equity or equality, or equity or equality. For us, this means that are applied to each member of the platform equally. This has been a challenge for us, of course, because this means that we have to operate, as Anna said, with local sensitivities around the world, but also we have to accept rules that are common to all users of the platform throughout the world. Facebook has been making progress in terms of transparency. Last year, we published the community goals or regulations that are a set of regulations that each one of us accept if you become a user. And as users, we become responsible to watch for compliance. How do we do that? By reporting something that goes against the rules. Just to give you an idea of what kind of regulations we have, those are published. If you go to facebook.com/community standard, you can see those, and those are public, and we can discuss those later. But let me mention a few. For example, you have regulations regarding self-injuries or prevention of suicide, or against terrorism or violation of copyright. There are norms against bullying or harassment, just to give you an idea about the things that the platform actually sees as happening as they happen in the real society at large. To make this more transparent, we do not only publish these community standards, but also we have a forum for review of policies each month. We do it internally 2 weeks, and we have an internal process regarding how we develop these policies that we have been turning into more transparent. This is a very important push from the regions, and there is no ill intention or the negative intention in regard of this. If I publish a form, how do I ensure that the description of the norm will be used by a malicious user to skew and dodge the spirit of the regulation to do something else, to get away with it? Therefore, the design of the the internal norms in Facebook is very long, and it starts by the identification of events. If there is something new that's happening, if there is a report from a user that somehow puts in our radar that something new is happening, for example, this leads to a review. We conduct a series of investigations, team in charge of doing that, or there are teams that actually many of you participants in this forum have been contacted by Facebook employees to discuss these things, especially if we see phenomena that are local, so that we can see. And finally, we publish this. First we publish or discuss in this bi-weekly or meetings. We actually publish the acts of each of one of these meetings. Process of achieving the balance that we want to implement. Besides this, last year we introduced a new mechanism. When you report something, if you as a user report something, the platform has an obligation to review that, and also now you can appeal the decision by Facebook. So there is a mechanism by which users can appeal this Facebook decision because perhaps there was not an adequate review of the content, or because content was eliminated at the request of some other user. So we are improving this. There is a quality control team in charge of analyzing this to ensure and to measure how good we are at implementing this. And the last step that I would like to mention, and some of you have participated in this, is the creation of an external council of content. This council will be announced in November or December of this year. It will be including 40 experts throughout the world, more or less, and they will have a task of reviewing decisions and appeals when in the case of decisions that have been appealed by other users, and Facebook will have to obey the results of this council. This external council of experts will have the chance to recommend changes to Facebook in its policies, and Facebook will, it's going to be just a recommendation, but Facebook will be forced to implement that recommendation. I think that we are following the path towards more transparency, which does not mean that we still have a lot to do to achieve this balance, for example, access and universal application and local sensitivities. And of course, how we can better align to protect human rights.
Well, from your perspective, what do you think are the elements that should be satisfied by the platforms in order to guarantee the freedom of expression? And from your point of view, how about the impact of the regulations related to copyrights? Thank you, Anna. First of all, I'm very happy to be here in the city of La Paz. It's my first time in Bolivia, but for many years I really wanted to come to La Paz. It's the only country that I didn't know, being from Argentina, the only neighboring country that I didn't know. So, well, I should have come here before, but, well, finally I'm here in La Paz. Let me also thank the program committee for its invitation to participate in this forum. And I represent CABASE. CABASE is the Internet Chamber. It is a chamber with more than 500 members, mainly Internet service providers offering, well, Internet services in my country. And while as CABASE, we also manage a network for traffic exchange. So a network that improves the quality of Internet connectivity at a lower cost. Right now, we have 30 points that are enabled in Argentina. In CABASE, we have small enterprises, large companies, international companies, companies that offer connectivity, online service, social media, search engines. So the full ecosystem is in Argentina. Now, when we talk about the Internet and human rights, the first thing that we have to bear in mind is that the Internet is a tool, it's a platform to exercise human rights, right? We should underscore the positive value of the Internet to exercise human rights. Not only the freedom of expression, but also the right to work, the right to trade, the right to association, the right to political participation, the right to association, to meeting, etc. So the Internet is a tool to exercise all of these human rights. So the Internet takes all these aspects in mind. Let's not forget that positive value of the Internet. Now, from the point of view of the freedom of expression within the framework of the Latin American Caribbean Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, it's very important to take into account the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights, or the San Jose Pact. That pact is in force in all our countries, and it sets out the criteria regarding censorship. For example, it prohibits censorship, etc., and it also sets out different criteria and responsibilities related to the different rights within the framework of the freedom of expression, which are considered legitimate interests. So in the region, like other regions in the world, but specifically in this region, we have the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights. So prior censorship is prohibited, and there is a regime of responsibility based on principles and criteria. For example, the principle of legitimate ends and the principle of need and application. So these principles are applicable when we want to legislate in terms of the freedom of expression, and they also apply when we talk about judicial decisions. Another important aspect to be mentioned is the role of the IT intermediaries. The Internet would not have the benefits and the advantages it has, and it would not have transformed our lives without participation of the technological intermediaries. The technological intermediaries are not only the large companies, we also have small companies, small entrepreneurs, we have SMEs, we have local entrepreneurs that develop solutions, applications, services in the Internet that make our life easier and that contribute to the exercise of our human rights in Internet. So when we talk about regulatory initiatives that may damage the freedom of expression in the Internet, it's very important to take into account that the states have powers and sovereignty to regulate, but that this regulation must be a regulation that does not go against protection of the human rights in the Internet, starting with the freedom of expression. What does this mean? This means that when you legislate, you have to bear in mind, and this is nothing new, you have to take into account the principles that are applied in the Inter-American human rights system developed over time. So for example, about something that is of concern, it's the European Directive on Copyrights that was recently approved in Europe. And well, that directive, as you know, that directive has two articles, 15 and 17, that establish new rights in terms of copyrights, especially related to journalistic content, news content. So Article 15 establishes a system of mandatory licenses, and it says that if you want to use that news content online, then you have to negotiate and agree with the copyright holder. You have to agree on the criteria for using that content. Reach an agreement on the content, then you cannot use that content. So that has a negative impact on the circuit and news on the Internet. Why? Well, because only the news that is subject to a licensing agreement with the copyright holder will be available. Article 17 of that directive modifies the regime of responsibilities of intermediaries. And well, between brackets, the good practices say that the intermediary should not be responsible for the content generated by the users. But this directive, in Article 17, that directive says the opposite. It says that the intermediary will be responsible. So specific intermediaries will be responsible for publication and storage of content online. But it says that when the content that is uploaded, when the content lacks an agreement with the copyright holder, then the intermediary will be responsible according to Article 17 of the directive. So this type of initiatives, like this European initiative, cannot be conveyed to our countries, because this is really contrary to our principles related to the freedom of expression. So this may be a problem in our countries. So as I often say when they ask me about these issues, well, I think that here we have an opportunity as a region, as Latin America and the Caribbean, we have an opportunity not to copy solutions that come from other legal principles, that come from a different legal context. So this is an opportunity for us to find the best possible freedom of expression, and that is in accordance with the Inter-American standards to protect this right. This is what I wanted to share with you for now. Of course, later on we can continue this discussion, or I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Esteban. And to continue with this panel, Carlos. Carlos, what are the tools and collaborations which you think can be developed in civil society or with civil society for this joint effort with the platforms, with the media, with the governments, in order to guarantee the freedom of expression in the internet? Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here in La Paz. It's also my first time in Bolivia. I think that civil society is in a moment that is very different from the dialogue with the internet platforms and governments. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. On the one hand, we are invited to a conversation that is very practical and that is very clear in terms of the problems we face or the challenges we face in exercising the freedom of expression on the internet. But on the other hand, we also face a different conversation with the governments regarding how this should be regulated, how this space should be regulated. At the same time, civil society has internal differences in terms of the understanding of this relationship, and specifically regarding this idea of the exercise of freedom of expression online. And so I would like to develop some points on this. Right now, we are facing a clear trend in terms of the regulation of content and human rights. That's the fundamental point of the conversation regarding the exercise of freedom of expression online. So I start with the end, because this is a question that I have asked myself. And I think that we do not yet have a clear answer from civil society to this question. Namely, what do we mean, or what concretely does it mean when you talk about the moderation of content, or that the users must be informed and that content must be informed by the human rights? What does this mean when we talk about the exercise of the freedom of expression, which is where most people come from here? Most people come from civil society. They talk about freedom of expression, open knowledge, etc. Now, does this mean that all legal content must remain online if you take into account human rights? Well, if a content in view of the human rights principles, if that content is legitimate, then it should remain on the platforms. But I would say that that is not possible and that is not desirable. So I would like to problematize this question, because I think that this is the main problem. And I think that I can mention 4 reasons very fast. And I'm not inventing things. I'm just taking things from suggestions made by people in the US and other parts of the world, especially in the framework of the Communications Act. First of all, not all content is of public interest. Not everything is of a public interest. So that is a first element to be taken into account. In the second place, there is no commercial or public interest in all expressions being online from everywhere. When I talk about a commercial interest, I'm also talking about commercial platforms. So we cannot simply think that this is not a relevant element. In the third place, there are expectations, there are rights. So we are not only talking about a problem of freedom of expression and another problem of freedom of expression. I think that the most concrete case is that of the issue was that the freedom of expression of certain individuals can be continued legitimate versus the silencing of another group that is participating in the conversation. A fourth element, which I consider to be very important, is that the dynamic of dissemination online, the amplification of information and propaganda, for example, are affecting the exercises of freedom of expression. And while we as civil society, we are defending a right, but at the same time we are annulling a right. So we are promoting implementation of the human rights instruments, but in practice, sometimes we are annulling that. And let me finish by saying that for me, this has 3 implications, and we can talk about this later on. The first implication is that as civil society, we are called to understand the practical implications of the moderation of content. And while Facebook has started a conversation on this, and we as the organizations, we have had a chance to participate in that conversation. This does not mean that we have to defend the rights of the platforms, but we are called upon to understand, to have a better understanding of content moderation and how content moderation works. When I worked at Twitter, I have also seen figures in the sense of 0.00% are problems. And in the case of Twitter, we are talking about 100,000 or 150,000 problematic tweets that have to be moderated in only one day. The second point is that I think that we do have to strengthen the process of transparency and accountability and of due process between brackets. And there's a fundamental element in this. We have made critical comments to the Facebook Supervisory Committee. For me, the biggest problem is the appeals, precisely because we do not have a clear path to recover content on the platforms, especially in Latin America and in countries that use languages that are not originally included in the service terms. So the users, they get the process in English, in Spanish, in Portuguese. They don't know how to activate this, how to follow this. So I think that this is also a problem. So how can we find a path for people to appeal in terms of content? I'm talking about human decisions and about automated decisions. And I agree with you on the European Directive. The European Directive opens a path to implement automated filters in which the user cannot recover content. And then finally, I think we really have to understand what judicial control is all about. Because while civil society has the expectation for our judges to have knowledge about content moderation, about the closing of accounts, etc., and that this will cause problems. So I really think that our judges need to understand that through their judicial decisions, they can influence the design of the terms of service, they can influence the design of the platforms without affecting the design, but somehow they can influence how certain logics are integrated into the design of the terms of service and how certain cases are more relevant than others to solve problems. And I'm talking about problems of security versus freedom of expression, problems of harassment, exposure, etc. But also understanding that the different spaces are different. Because one space is Facebook, and that's different from Twitter, for example. And I think that from civil society it is desirable for all spaces to be equal. So let me finish by saying this. I think that the opportunity that we have with Facebook regarding the Content Moderation Council and the Supervisory Council is that can be a starting point to have a better understanding of the role of civil society, to have a better understanding of the path towards standards of the freedom of expression in relation to content moderation and in relation to the terms of service. Thank you very much for your comments. And now I would like to hand over the floor to the audience. We will receive some questions also from the remote participants. So let's maybe start on this side of the room. Do we have microphones?
Gracias.
Good morning. Hello to all of you, and congratulations on the anniversary of Bolivia on the 6th of August. Thank you for visiting us. I feel joy that the Governance Forum is taking place in Bolivia. And well, my question is for the participant of Cabase. Here we have a problem of internet convergence. We only have one AXP, which is hosting only content operators. So the generators, operators of networks. So telecommunications companies, basically. So the content generators, like the tax service, the custom service, the banks, they do not participate in the point of exchange. So that gives rise to a problem of connection. We are still in phase 1 here in Bolivia. We are not yet looking at the other problems even, because first we need to resolve the infrastructure problems. So how have you solved this in Argentina? I would like to ask that. question to you. Hi, thank you for the question. Well, honestly, looking at the nature, the multi-participatory nature of internet participation, well, the more diverse the participation, the more effective the internet becomes, and the greater value it produces. Argentina, the FIP is a partner of the Public Revenue Service, is a partner of CABASE. So, and that has been the case for many years now. So CABASE has existed for 30 years. And the point of traffic has been functioning for many years. So we do not have that problem in Argentina. Now the point is evolving constantly. More and more public entities are joining that point. We have connections of many university networks. We have connections of municipal entities, provincial entities, and also like the Judicial Council is connected today. So it's about having a diversity of stakeholders. We all use the internet, and as we can all make an effort to be connected to that point, the feeding becomes richer, and we all benefit from that. Okay. If you have a question, then please come to the microphone up here. So if you have a question, please come to the microphone. We will have another 3 questions and answers for this session. So another 3 questions. Please come to the mic. Good morning. I'm over here. I'm responsible for the remote moderation. So I wanted to say that since yesterday, we have received like more than 300 tweets linked to the event, and it would be good to distribute those tweets and to really make this event known in a remote manner as well. For now, we have a question from John. John says that considering that content in general may change the way of thinking of a society, do you think that the states should regulate the neutrality of the network and should try to regulate the content of the network, of the internet? Then we have another question up here. Good morning. Congratulations for Bolivia on its anniversary, and it's a pleasure to have this discussion with you. One direct question for the Facebook representative who's sitting just in front of me, and also a suggestion. This point of the human rights and the freedom of expression is very important, but in developing countries like Bolivia, many community managers have seen that it's very complicated to have a fan page on Facebook, for example, and if you have many followers, well, that's interesting, but often we have seen that there are complaints, and because of the complaints, the content moderators close pages on Facebook. So you say that the procedure is being improved, but sometimes we have cases of incidents from 3-4 people trying to recovering their pages, but even in 3-4 years' time, they have not been able to recover their page. So it would be good for Facebook to have, for example, an office here in Bolivia to address that type of issues. So do you think that is a possibility? Because it would be important. That's a question I have.
Good morning. My name is Joseph de Quintal. I'm from the Federal University of Amazonas, from the youth program.
Políticas un poco obscuras en los puntos de bullying o
close policies regarding bullying. We have information from different countries whose accounts were permanently closed because of the lack of transparency regarding these areas. Do you think this is a problem of interference from Facebook or lack of transparency in these norms? If we can answer to those questions, I think we can do it now. First, let's answer to the question from John, the remote question. And this is the sixth principle of CSGI that very clearly says those have to respect ethical and technical criteria. It's not admissible to express political, commercial, religious, cultural, or any other motive that could create any other type of discrimination. This is the criteria we use in Brazil to talk about neutrality, which is also in the civil framework of Internet, which is the charge for duties and responsibilities and rights of us users. It's important that the management of the network can be aligned with these principles in terms of equality in the use, not content itself from the very beginning, especially in terms of the technical feasibility. We have to do it in terms of, for example, in terms of denial of service and spam and other claims. We have good practice in Brazil. We call it the management of door 25, which is a very well documented case. It is a mechanism of high regulation to reduce the level of spam and this is a concrete example of a technical solution that was used to mitigate spam, and there are other initiatives to mitigate other problems such as denial of service and things like that. Well, on the same question regarding network neutrality, this is a basic principle that we have to understand when we talk about Internet. If the governments do not understand their own management of neutrality, that's a problem. Answering to the question if the network should or should not be regulated, the reaction could be that the regulation is not the key concept. The key concept is more guaranteeing the compliance with the important tenets and principles on the Internet. This would solve some of the problems before they appear, and this can make some progress, help us make some progress. Let me answer the questions regarding Facebook. In terms of having a Bolivian office, nothing would be better for us than having an office in Bolivia. Working in the region is fantastic, and it's always, as the American says, it's above my pay rate decision. Unfortunately, this is something we do not decide at our level. However, this does not mean that we but we have other teams, and we have a team that covers the Andean region that includes Bolivia. Let me tell you also that we are a very relatively young team. I am one of the members. I've been working for a couple of years, 2 years, and I am not that young in the team. The other members are even more recent. Facebook has finally understood the need to understand local context. So let me answer to your two questions. And so you say that there are some. Somebody said that there are some norms that are kind of obscure and they lack transparency. The norms, the guidelines are written to be clear, but this does not mean that their implementation is complicated. The quantity of contents we are moderating, as it was mentioned ago, is a process. This is really a fertile soil for mistakes, and we have to improve this. What Facebook is doing is includes several things. We are trying different types of contents. For example, the removal of contents that support terrorism. And those is through automatized decisions or actions. Of course, you need a very strong monitoring there, but this has to be done actually complicated, because we have to ensure that you do not erase legitimate content, but we do have to make this process more transparent. The same thing happens when we deal with human reviewers that make decisions. Their decisions also follow quality control standards. Globally, we have an integrated team for the platform, and we work with these content reviewers to commit fewer mistakes. We are providing tools and procedures for them to improve in their work. I have seen very painful things happening in Latin America. Some entities have said it's not possible that they are blocking us out of spam, or, for example, the appropriation of terms among the members of the LGBT community, including other claims, as the Bolivian friend told us, since in many cases you do not know where these claims come from. Our rate of error is higher than the one we'd like to have. Yeah, and we have a blog. It's called Newsroom in Facebook. It's our the news blog is in Spanish for Latin America. Last week we published information on how we identify behavior that the spam type claim instances, and sometimes they are linked to entities that have to do that depend on authoritarian regimes, not only in the region but throughout the world. And sometimes these pieces of information are linked to some actors who have some defined political agenda. This is something we want to discuss in this type of fora. And this has to do with the process of understanding the local environment and reality. Good morning. My name is Emanuela. I am from Brazil, and I am here with the youth program for the steering committee of Internet. I have a general content for a law in Germany that establishes the responsibility of platforms in terms of violating terms of elimination of contents. I would like to know your opinion on this regulation in Germany, if you think this could be applied in Latin America. And another thing I'd like to know is, Facebook have the ability to apply a global guideline for local realities. We have a very significant case in Brazil. The Ministry of Culture in Brazil published an ad saying that there were to protect indigenous communities. The picture that they showed of the case consisted in a woman which was whose breast was naked. So my question, and there's this content was erased, and it was erased for many years. I'd like to know, how does Facebook apply a standard of morality at the global level to apply very specific thing as I mentioned. My name is Henry Galizayev. I'm from Bolivia, and my question goes to Carlos Cortez. You touched a very significant point that has to do with the influence of judges. We understand that in different platforms, somehow some rights are attacked, or sometimes other states attack human rights or violate them. So my question has to do with who will be in charge of solving this. Sometimes the executive power of a given government interferes and unfortunately have a strong power over the judiciary to get away with it. So I would like to know your opinion on specialized judges. Perhaps the discussion of a special jurisdiction could be part of the discussion, and we could go further in terms of civil or criminal legal proceedings. Good morning. My name is Pablo Peláez. I am from Huawei Technologies. I want to thank you for your visit. This is a very nice thing to be able to share opinions. My question is for Miguel. In terms of cybersecurity is sensible, the rights of a person and with the rights of another person. So I have a question regarding the issue of data ownership on the internet. A user uploads content, and how do we manage that property? What happens is that, for example, manufacturers protect those rights very strongly. But what happens with me as a personal user? If I upload personal content, I want to know who's in charge of protecting that. Am I still the owner of the information I uploaded? Let's talk about the German regulation initiative. Okay. It is not because it comes from Europe. This is good. This is my first answer. The Germans are always significant actors in the European Union. Yet generally, they are in the they usually are the leaders in terms of certain initiatives for regulation. And sometimes these initiatives are not the best. And the link tax, for example, is one example, and how to protect copyrights when they established this system of payment per use, which didn't work. And there's a lot of writing and analysis on this, and I think the ZitNet, as you mentioned, is a horrible, terrible example to copy. Example to be copied. It's not useful. Also, as it was mentioned, the directives of the European directives cannot be transferred just like that to Latin America. The idea of if I make the intermediary responsible for transmitting contents that he or she has not generated, well, if I want to punish him or her, that's wrong, because this goes against freedom of expression. And if we start implementing this, we will soon envision judicial and law enforcement attempts to solve these problems. This German law is interesting. It's a solution in a sense that they proposed, but apparently it doesn't work very well. And this will not be transferred just like that to the human rights framework in Latin America. I would like to mention something else. I agree. This German law is being implemented similarly in France. The fundamental problem here is that they are creating an incentive for the massive evasion of contents. The fines are up to 5 million euros if there was no removal based on a claim. when you have, for example, these flagging walls, you're going to have that if you have a group interested in putting claims to remove the two groups in the election in Brazil, both political groups were flagging words, claiming and denouncing each other accounts to force the removal of contents of the opposing party. And in polarized societies, all those who think differently from what I think is true have to be eliminated. And this is what's happening in Brazil now. Therefore, you have to eliminate if there are people who promote LGBT rights or contents regarding the inclusion of women, indigenous, or gender equality of racial blacks. Those opens the way to extremist groups that are abusing the platforms, and the process of complaints to force removal of content. Imagine that under a law as the one proposed by Germany that places a fine of 50 million euros, and they try to implement the automatic removal of contents. Of course, what are they going to do if you have an enterprise that does not remove, a platform that does not remove? They are going to pay a fine, so they are going to delete automatically all the contents. Now, in Germany, there is a huge debate in order to review this legal framework because it is impractical. Regarding the question regarding judges, the first reflection, I would include Congress people. The first expectation I have from a judge is that they are operating within the framework of internet governance. That growingly judges and politicians understand now that they have a role, but they do not know that their decisions are something that they cannot implement by themselves, that there are other actors and that their decisions have an effect, and they can the potentiality of creating problems serious. For example, the generalized suspension of internet services, or when they try to force you to configure your internet setup. And I am also concerned that civil society sends a wrong message to judges. And this is what I want to come back to, this tension between freedom of expression and the other expectation in platforms. And this is that sometimes the civil society is requesting to have more power given by the judges, so that the judges can actually a platform to act in some manners, for example, in defamation cases. But this goes against some other points that the same organizations defend. Also, I don't think we should create special courts or jurisdictions. For example, in Colombia, we see that there are so many cases in Facebook that are actually claiming debt. Debt collectors using Facebook have become more and more common, and this especially affects people who are vulnerable. For example, when a person has a claim and says, publishing the picture and the name of a person who stole from me, and they just place those claims. So you can create other things. I mean, sometimes in a baseless manner. So this is affecting moderation platforms, and I don't think we should create a specialized court to do that. You have the family disputes, labor-based litigation, etc., and these require a cross-cutting approach for everyone.
Briefly about the question related to Facebook. Not in any case is the intention to create a moral code, as you mentioned. Now, I do understand the impact of having global rules that eventually may be applicable to local situations. So I perfectly understand. And we do have cases of errors, emblematic cases. For example, the picture of the child in the war. Yeah, we have made errors, really bad errors, especially regarding nude pictures. Well, you all know those cases of our mistakes. And it's not about imposing a moral code, no. But I would like to share the following perspective with you. Miguel has said this spirit, and I think that we all have the spirit of maintaining the global internet and not a fragmented internet, although there is a lot of pressure from many countries in the world to fragment the internet. Now, when Facebook was born, when Facebook was created, when Facebook proposed its platform, it proposed a platform to unite all within that spirit of global unity. That is why the rules are global. And well, but in Brazil and other Latin American countries, like nudity, for example, does not have a cultural context that is repressive, but in many countries in the Middle East, for example, even the picture of a knee is sufficient for a woman to have problems and to be punished. So our balance at the end of the day has to take into account all of this. But I think that this specific policy has of course received a lot of feedback, a lot of passionate feedback from the whole world, from different parties. But not a single country has the right to impose its rules on other countries. Now, our challenge is that if we want to continue operating in the sense that Brazil can communicate with Russia and Russia can communicate with Argentina, if we want to continue operating on this, then, well, somehow we need a certain balance. And well, this policy has been revised several times. It will continue to be revised, and I wouldn't be surprised that we start having a sort of application, a local application of certain very specific rules like this one. But we still have a long way to go, because the consequence of taking local decisions is really bad for the internet, and that has a very heavy weight for us at Facebook. And well, what has happened, what you have mentioned, should not have happened. In Brazil last week we had the same case. I understand. It's not acceptable, but at the same time, it's part of the mistakes that we commit. We have 2 more minutes. Miguel, you had to answer one question, I believe. So Miguel, you can answer the question of Huawei, and then we can have one final question. One question to close this panel. I will try to be very brief. Sorry, it will be a very brief answer to something that we could discuss the whole day. Now, in a world where data and metadata are intangible, well, cybersecurity is extremely important. Cybersecurity, understanding of protection of a person in the online world. It's not cybersecurity at the level of the states. It's not about the national plan and a national policy, no. No, I think that everything that we can do in this sense is to be as careful as possible regarding what, when we permit access to our data on any platform. Also at the level of the state, because digital services are also relevant at the level of the states. And well, we can take into account the constitutional principle that any information about an individual must be available to that person. So, taking that principle and taking into account that the users will always be vulnerable, we need to find mechanisms to protect ourselves, I think. Okay, very well. Now let's receive the last question to close the panel. Okay, so people were negotiating to have more questions. Hi, my name is Flavio Garces. I'm from Colombia, and here I am a scholarship student of Youth IGF. On the internet, you have a lot of content, also mixed content. You know, like mixing existing content and new content with commercial or other purposes. So what is the experience of civil society, government, and the private sector regarding complaints about that mixed content, existing and new content? Good morning, my name is Laura. I study social sciences and I represent the youth program Brazil. My question is for Mrs. Capello of Facebook. I would like to receive some comments from you about the oversight boards, namely that initiative taken by Facebook, and whether Facebook thinks that this is the correct path to improve the rules related to content. And then to Carlos, who represents civil society, I would like to receive your comments, more comments from you regarding content revision, and how do you think we can improve the problems related to content revision, and whether you as civil society are satisfied with the initiative taken by Facebook. Good morning, I'm Flavia Lefebvre of Interbosses, Collective Brazil of Social Communication. I would like to ask you about the assertion of Christina of Facebook, when you say that one of the rules regarding content removal is the rule regarding content control. Now you have more than 2 billion users in Facebook, so I think that this may be a threat for the right of freedom of expression, that this may encourage censorship somehow, that this may imply a too great control of rights. And do you think that this should be controlled by judicial powers or rather by the private sector? Eduardo Rojas of the Fundación Redes in Bolivia, and I'm the author of the concept of digital violence. We have a database of many cases of digital violence, and the main problem is a categorization or the reaching an agreement among stakeholders regarding when a right is violated or not. It is a methodological question. When do you consider that a right has been violated? One question, and concretely, whether your organizations, whether you have a system to categorize the violation of rights in internet, digital rights violation or digital violence. First of all, thank all of you for your questions and your interest in this panel. I think that this has been a very productive panel for all of us. And I'm going to answer some concrete elements, but more like a closing comment. Now, first, the last question. At least with regard to, from the perspective of the states. To define a violation of the rights, that is related to a law, to an established law, especially in a criminal case. In criminal law, there is no interpretation possible. It is determined, a violation of a right is determined by legal provisions. Now, beyond this, in administrative matters, and this is also very important because this involves the judges in the administrative sphere, if you determine whether a right has been violated online from the point of view of whether there is a previous regulation, well, with this, it is important to understand that there is a duality. The world online or the rights offline and the rights online are somehow linked, but the situations generated online may not be exactly the same as the situations offline. They may require a faster solution, they may require a different solution from the point of view of case law. So the Supreme Courts of the countries and the other lower ranking courts in the hierarchical judicial structure and the judicial system in itself, they must have full knowledge of what is causing problems in their societies, especially things online. For example, protection of the child online, which is a cross-cutting topic related to protection of the rights of the child in general. Then the human trafficking and situations like that, which are very bad and which are really bad violations of human rights, they are already included in national laws. So it's important to understand this. So if we know that those rights exist, and taking into account different interpretations regarding application enforcement of the law, well, from there we need to understand that well-being is the main consideration. Well-being of society is well-being of individuals. That's the starting point. And so that's the starting point, that in order to enforce those rights, you do not misuse existing tools, for example, the Internet. Regarding the question of Eduardo Rojas, Brazil, we categorize content in 10 categories included in the law. So I'm talking about racism, xenophobia, neonazism, sexual exploitation of children, human trafficking, discrimination, violence against women, religious tolerance or intolerance, LGBTI phobia, which has been criminalized by the Supreme Court of the country now. So all of these criminal types are provided for in Brazilian law. So these are crimes with a sanction. These are also considered to be crimes when they are committed on hotline to receive anonymous complaints, anonymous reports regarding content online. And then we make an evaluation according to our legal framework. And we also have best practices of EHOPE. That is like an association of hotlines. And that association, headquartered in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, that association has a series of best practices on how to manage reports, on how to manage reports made through hotlines. So the whole procedure that has to be followed regarding the preservation of evidence, the communication of evidence of criminal activities. So for law enforcement authorities, but also for the so that we can preserve evidence. So I can share that with you, of course, if you're interested in that, and later on. And then one very brief last comment. From the point of view of the technical community, I would like to launch a warning for the operators. There is an increasing pressure in our region to implement something similar to notes and Tikadao in the NTDS, in the names and dominions system. In Brazil, the Supreme Court of Justice has taken a very alarming decision in a case that involves a celebrity in Brazil. That celebrity started a legal action against SNCBA, which is the operator of .br, to ask for reparations because someone from Sao Paulo registered a domain name, and put content on that celebrity under that domain name. So the DNS operator was considered responsible for the content posted by the user. So the operator of the DNS was given responsibility for the content uploaded abroad. This is a terrible precedent, and so we need to be aware of this, because there are economic groups interested in encouraging these types of actions related to taking down contents. So if this continues, then our business model will be in jeopardy, and then freedom of expression will be in jeopardy as well. Also, the freedom of communication will be in jeopardy because of this. Very brief. Regarding the question about the Content Council, the boards, well, definitely, this is not a solution for all problems, of course not. This is only one step forward towards a greater transparency and accountability. I say it's only one step because, well, this step has not even been finished by the board. Now, today, and this is something that you will see later on as well when we publish the final charter regarding the boards in September. But well, you need to know that there will be board members who will participate in the election of the members. So the process will be quite open. We are requesting applications or well, rather suggestions of names. So if you want to suggest names for membership of the board, well, then you can do so. Once the board has been incorporated, then the board will prepare its own rules. But well, this board, when it takes decisions about an appeal case or not, well, the decisions taken by the board will be binding upon Facebook. And so we think that this is a very daring measure because we don't know what will happen, but the board decisions will be. And we are also aware that since the decisions are binding, we will need to have processes to revise the policies, which are much more open and much more transparent. I do think that the hope, and well, maybe Carlos can talk more about this, but the hope is for this to be a model that will be perfected over time, and maybe this model can be helpful for industry, and not only for one company. So the idea behind this is for this to be applicable to different cases and for this to be applicable to different places. But for now, it is designed for Facebook. Now, and about the categorization, I'm not going to talk a lot about the methodology because everything that has been mentioned by Miguel and by Tiago is relevant. But I want to clarify that there is no such thing as a prioritization, no, except when there is a threat to the life of an individual. Then it is given priority. But all the rest is not subject to any prioritization, only when there is a threat to the life of someone. Thank you. Well, I want to answer the question about intellectual property rights. What happens is that since the internet has required that many rules or treaties, that when they are updated or when they have to be revised, well, the same happens with the copyrights at the national level and the international level. And in Argentina, for example, we have a copyright law of 1930. So that law, without doubt, has to be updated. And in this case, for example, we have no provisions about legitimate use, for example. And so, of course, when you talk about co-creation, or when you're existing a new content, or when you talk about derivatives, etc., like we often have today in the internet, that's not provided for in the law. So there is a principle, that my answer is there is a general principle regarding innovation, and that's important. So, and the laws that we have right now do not go against the principle of innovation, and they do not affect the freedom of expression. So that would be my brief comment on this. Two topics regarding the final questions. The first thing is about copyrights, protection of intellectual property rights. As an activist from Colombia, I have really advocated for a law in this sense in Colombia. As a content generator, I have a blog on political comments in Colombia, and I have seen that that through counter notifications I can recover contents. So, but right now we are having a discussion about the problems of the notifications and withdrawal. Also, because we are talking about content moderation, especially in the context of the European directive, the idea of having these filters of automation that do not let the authors to have an instrument to recover content, not even to publish the content, which would be even more complicated. But it is specifically about the fact that copyright is a right regarding the freedom of expression, but that's false, and that is something that we need to fight for. Regarding the proposal of Facebook, very fast. What is faced by the moderators most of all, like mentioned by Robert Kaplan, what they face most of all is time issues and context issues. They cannot take decisions often because of these factors. So maybe the Facebook board will be positioned as a court, as a tribunal, and that analogy seems complicated to me because the decisions taken by that body, by that board, will not go down to the initial content moderation processes. That is not possible because they will have more time, more context, and fewer cases. So the people at the first levels of moderation will not be able to implement those criteria. So that will not go down to those initial content moderation levels. So that analogy of a tribunal, of a court, is a problem. And I think that the risk is that at the end you will have like an elite board that will only focus on emblematic special cases that are being addressed in the radar of the press, but that there is not really a structure for the moderation process. And this is once again linked as well to the appeal procedures. And then there's also an issue of localization, of a lack of local representation, etc. And so in the end, this may affect us. Thank you very much to all of you. And well, I think that now we can have a coffee break. Well, first of all, let's give a round of applause to the panel members. This has been an opening panel that was very rich and very intense. A very constructive open panel regarding digital society. As Anna Gisberge has said, now we will have a coffee break, 20 minutes, and so 11:30 sharp
actually request our colleagues so that they to speak at a reasonable pace so that we can have better interpretation. I think we have to agree that the implementation of surveillance technologies is the new trend in the world and the region. And this is promoted by state actors under the guise of efficiency or security, and also from private actors who say that digitalization is part of economic and social development. But what is also a trend is that although the interests to promote this are both legitimate and non-regulation to prevent abuse is something that is lacking in most of our countries. The surveillance I will be talking about has to do with surveillance of physical surveillance of biometric measures and safe security cameras, interference of communication or wiretaps, or selected blocking that want to disarticulate certain social movements. This is the type of surveillance we'll be covering. This session will be dedicated to know examples about how these measures can be used to monitor activists, defenders of human rights, and journalists, and efforts by other sectors to transparency in terms of this area. Therefore, the question I have for is, we would like to know in which ways the surveillance technology has been used to monitor or to watch over the work of activists and defenders of human rights. And also the second part has to do with the legislation. We want to know if the legislation in their countries can be held to mitigate this interference. I'm going to give the floor to Daniela Alvarado from Venezuela. She represents Instituto para Prensa y Sociedad in Venezuela. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity for being here to participate in this conversation. From our institution in Venezuela, we have developed research in the area of digital rights in the past years, and regarding the questions by Marta, it's evident that in Venezuela currently they are implementing censorship mechanisms on platforms and outlets for information and news that become sources of information. This year, in the framework of LACIGF, we published today research that shows 881 instances of censorship in 144 websites. The most significant ones are among the 10 most affected are 7 that are significant outlets, the nationwide reach, and then the others are Google, YouTube, and one service of VPN. Therefore, these websites are in fact platforms that we consider key so that the citizens, the Venezuelans, can have access to news of their interests both in Venezuela and abroad. The compilation of this data was completed on the basis of reports published by observatories such as NetBlocks, and using a tool called ON Explorer from the Open Observatory of tool launched in its beta form this year, that allowed us to see all the cases, the incidences and the measure of the behavior of those websites to measure browsing and internet browsing in Venezuela, and of course incidents of censorship. We This helped us identify mechanisms implemented by state providers and private sector providers. This demonstrated that there is they are together in this as accomplices to implement censorship. The main provider in Venezuela, it's the state-sponsored group, is the one that also registers most of the incidents. 585 incidents happened in this network out of the 881 that we actually proved. This gives you an idea, a clear idea on how these mechanisms are implemented, but we are not overlooking the participation of the private sector institutions that, due to the pressure they serve, actually limit access from the population to these services. These instances also occurred despite the fact that the Human Rights Inter-American Committee recommended that Venezuela stop implementing this type of censorship measures against blogs, platforms, or other contents. And this is also a topic of interest in the report of the High Rapporteur of the United Nations, that this year also included these instances of censorship on the internet. Of course, we have to mention that this is happening in a context in Venezuela that has special needs, that has to take into account how censorship has evolved, especially of those implemented, in addition to the ones implemented on normal media. Many media have transcended and have started working online, and likewise censorship has also entered the online realm to attack these new outlets of information. I'm sorry, I think I used all my time. I'm sorry, Daniela. Now let me give the floor to Daniela Macias from Ecuador. She comes from the National Directorate of Registry. It's important for me to participate in these type of spaces that want to develop an internet that actually guarantees the rights of the people and human rights. In attention to the topic of conversation, we have to first establish that image. Once it identifies a person, this image is personal data, and this therefore lies within the specialized frameworks that we have. And this is important to mention to clarify and prevent problems in the implementation of this. Of course, ITs are making incredible progress, and we will not be able to stop this evolution, and therefore we have to create legislation norms to protect the rights and to prevent a violation of those rights. In Ecuador, security, because surveillance, the justification for these technologies lies in security, tries to be developed in a holistic approach, not only to have a witness in when somebody steals something from another, but this creates another situation, because we have to protect access to this type of information by third parties who can be not precisely with the best interest. Ecuador Digital is the initiative we have implemented in Ecuador that tries to prevent access to this type of information. And also for over a year we have been working to develop a law to protect data that seeks to give treatment to these images or data. We want to implement not only the protection of protected data, but also because of the fact that these data are instrumental to other ends. From the perspective of the government, we are trying to promote that these technologies are healthy, constructive and safe, and that the creation of digital capabilities should seek that the person, the owner of this data, as the manager of this data, actually are complying with the data protection measures in this realm of digital information. Now, Lee Hernandez, who comes from the Panamanian Institute for New Technologies and Information. Thank you, Martha. I would like to start by saying, asking you a question. I would like to know if you have any knowledge about how much your governments spend in massive surveillance software. Do you know how much your government uses? Well, at least there's one person. Do you know that from 2012 up to now, $12 billion only in Guatemala have been used, that in Honduras 350, and in Panama $750,000 have been used by governments to acquire software from Pegasus and other from an Israeli and Italian company between 2009 and 14. We had wiretaps. Actually, 150 members of the opposition activists were intervened. Ricardo Martinelli, for example, was intervened. I mean, his line was wiretapped, and he is under house arrest. And in a trial where he is accused of violating correspondence secrecy and the right of intimacy, or privacy. So the question is, what elements give our authorities the right to implement surveillance of the society? Supposedly, they are acquiring surveillance software to protect us. And the question is, are they protecting us or just watching over us, or they are just watching us? In Panama, perhaps we don't hear many cases of cases against journalists, and they are not well known. But we do have those. For example, we have one center in Panama where we have cameras for biovigilance. In Colon, and because this is a commercial area, and in Panama City, and this is certified by the fact that they are important ports. Also, we have another one in Boquete. The recently elected mayor of Panama, after 34 days in office, is thinking of installing 93 additional cameras in Panama, and he wants to justify quoting or citing that he needs to protect citizen security. And can you guess what government is giving us the favor of? Let me mention this. 2 years ago, that we establish diplomatic relations with a country that's located in the far east, and they are implementing free of charge these systems. Do you guess? What country? Yes, China. And we, citizens of Panama, see this, or some of the citizens of Panama consider that this is a support to citizen security, but others think this is a threat against privacy. Most citizens, and let me tell you that most those that consider that this is a threat on citizen privacy are not in the majority, unfortunately. We have to work a lot in terms of creating awareness. Let me quote the words, the crosswords, by a member of the government of the Republic of Panama, who said in the last IGF, we don't have anything, we only have biometric data. And actually he said the thing that we possess is our biometric data. And my response was, no, that is not true. If somebody comes to give away security cameras and software for security and surveillance, please do not think that this is really without any ties. There are some strings attached. And now let me give the floor to Martha again. Well, this session is divided into two parts. The first one is this very 20 minutes in total for presentations and questions and answers, and afterwards we're going to have group work where these topics are going to be discussed. So please take that into account. So we have some minutes for questions and answers. I would like to take 4 questions if you agree, but let's see how this makes progress. If you want to come to the front to use the microphone, please do so. Good morning. This is an excellent panel, especially considering the diversity of sectors participating here. I would like to give you an idea that tries to summarize what you have been saying. This is when security violates a right, it is insecurity that we are dealing with. This goes beyond surveillance for protection. Unfortunately, in Ecuador, the government, and actually it's the past government, but it follows the same party lines of the current administration. They implemented systems, they purchased cameras and software. There was no clarification about how they used. We have 5,000 cameras distributed at the nationwide level, even in taxis and in buses. They wanted to put them in motels. Of course, people didn't accept that. The idea here is that it is easy to sell security by instilling fear in the people. In case of Panama, the circuit is a Chinese circuit of closed circuit cameras. In Panama, they want to include digital identification to facilitate paperwork, governmental paperwork. However, I would like to see or to know how you envision this surveillance based on the collection of biometric data. And also, I have a question regarding universities. I understand that universities are beginning to implement biometric measures to see what type of attention the students are paying. To see if the students are paying attention in the classrooms, and the students are going to receive scores for the level of attention they show in a classroom. These are topics I would like to mention for this panel.
Thank you. regarding biometrics, which is of concern, namely the way in which they collect biometric data, even though the panel members said that the only thing we have is our biometric data. Well, the truth is that that information is not secure, because lately, within the perspective of control, optimization of processes, it is very easy to implement biometric control systems with your fingerprint. However, the procedures that should be followed are not followed to ensure security of the biometric data. Our biometric data travel. Our images are traveling. And so there are many ways this information can be captured. And even the institute regulating all of this says that the processing should be done with the equipment used to collect the information, and that the codes should be encrypted, nothing else. Because otherwise, you make our information available to many parties. And so at any time, this information may be duplicated or cloned. So I would like to know whether it is possible to produce some kind of rule to control that implementation of the processing of biometric data. Because I feel that biometric data, instead of giving security, biometric data entail a risk. Good morning, I'm Amanda, I'm from Youth Brazil as well. We in our country are also worried about the surveillance mentioned by Amanda regarding data, cybersecurity, data management, data privacy, etc. And well, we even had a case of data monitoring during the Carnival celebration. So I would like to ask in Panama, what do the authorities do when data secrecy is violated by the governments? I'm Ludwig Valverde of Bolivia, and I have several reactions, but I have mainly one comment related to that application in China, which is not only about biometric data of all citizens, but which even violates private rights. But I don't know whether this, which is manipulated by certain groups in power that try to control society, well, and of course this, but I don't know whether in your country's civil society has taken awareness regarding this, and whether civil society is working on processes for protection against this, because this may be a violation from the government side. That's one question. Second question, whether your states have some sort of regulation, some sort of public policy to protect citizens this danger of human rights violations. Hi, I'm from Youth Argentina. First of all, let me congratulate you on this 100% female panel. I have a question regarding whether you know experiences related to gender biases in surveillance technologies. Okay, so let's start with Leah, Daniela, and then the rest. I will answer the question related to Panama. Unfortunately, right now, Panama does not have a data protection authority. Recently, in March 2019, Law 81 was enacted on personal data protection, and that law grants rights regarding transparency, and that law also says that an authority for personal data protection should be created. A bit similar to the idea of INAI in Mexico. So So, but for now, we do not have any entity protecting our personal data. So that means that we ourselves have to protect our data. Regarding video surveillance, we have conducted a study based on the methodology of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. One of the conclusions of the study was that the National Security Council of Panama, which is like the intelligence unit of the country, is the one approving, or because of public security reasons, the one deciding what types of implements, tools will be used for surveillance, for ensuring security of the states. And they have illegally purchased this software because that was not part of their functions. So definitely, we do not have an authority regulating personal data protection, but we see that this is also a function distributed among different entities: credit data, medical data, telecommunications, and so each entity looks into the matter from its own perspective. Of course, this will probably change when the law enacted in March 2019 will be enforced as from next year. I would like to talk about several questions. First of all, from the perspective of Ecuador, it is clear that the integrated video surveillance systems have been used and have been abused, misused. We have authorized access and unauthorized access regarding these systems. However, right now we have realized that this is a problem. A problem, namely that what we should do is that you should have a regulation, a standard that provides for different situations and that does not allow for the misuse through ICT technologies. It is also necessary to work on the culture related to information. So to empower citizens regarding the treatment of their information, so that citizens could demand that the misuse is not allowed, misuse by public and private actors in relation to their personal information, especially in this new cycle of technology in which we are right now with a hyper surveillance, because that's a reality, there's a hyper surveillance. Although the justification is safety and security, we also see a justification related to development and evolution. For development and for evolution, we need digital transformation. That's a reality, a need. So what we seek is for this digital transformation, for the digital strategies of the countries when developing smart cities, when developing intelligent citizens, smart citizens, well, that this should be within the framework of respect for human rights, respect for human dignity. This is something which should be included in a legal framework. So to include these provisions, guaranteeing human dignity and guaranteeing human development. Because right now we see that rights are not following the pace of technological developments. So we should make sure that the topic of rights follows the pace of technological development. Very well. In Venezuela, surveillance is related mainly with the dissemination of contents and with what the government calls misinformation. The government has started with different strategies of surveillance in the social networks, precisely with regard to what they call misinformation or fake news. And this is related to the media and to journalism. And so we, in our effort of reporting this, we are also seeking for people to discover these mechanisms that are these and that go against international standards of freedom of expression. And well, precisely in Venezuela in 2017, we had approval of the law against hatred, for tolerance and for a pacific coexistence, which is a law that approves blockages in the internet, and so which affects the freedom of expression of the media, and which also affects the freedom of expression of individuals. In addition, this law entails sanctions, imprisonment up to 20 years, and also administrative sanctions for the portals that commit what is called crimes of hatred. But well, this law is very ambiguous and a law that needs to be revised with participation of different stakeholders, not only the states, because let me also underscore that this law was approved by the Assembly, by the National Assembly, the National Constituent Assembly, which only included stakeholders in favor of the national government. So it is important for us for these mechanisms of regulation to be defined with participation of different stakeholders, private sector, civil society, so that if you want to regulate contents on the internet, well, then this should be done in a manner that does not go against the principles of freedom of expression. Thank you. Yeah. I would like to quickly answer the question of the man who asked about society, for civil society to protect itself, to avoid surveillance by our governors mainly. And I would like to say that in the second part of this session, in the practical parts, we will talk about practices, and we will have dynamics that will help you know how civil society protects itself from these threats. And then regarding the final question about gender bias, I do not have the answer, but I can give you an example of how implementation of technologies, at least in the case of Mexico, was used in a different manner. So for women journalists who were the victims of spying, well, that woman journalist, she was not the only one spied, but also her daughter was spied on. So in the case of a woman, she was the victim, but also her daughter was the spied on, and that daughter was a minor. An applause, please. Marta Turon as the moderator, Daniela Macias, Daniel Alvarado, and Leah Hernandez. Thank you for contributing to this session. As I said before, now we are going into three groups. One group with Rogelio Roxas of Access Now, evaluating our digital security protocols. Then we have Pablo Arcuri of Internews, myths regarding instant messaging, WhatsApp, etc. What should I use for my communications to be secure? And then we have Juliana Guerra of Derechos Digitales. She will talk about your technologies, your decisions, fully aware decision making. So these are the three groups. Pablo's group will be on this side of the room. Rogelio's will be on this side of the room, and Juliana's group will be here in the middle. Thank you. So let's divide the room into three groups, and you can go to the group in which you are interested most. Pablo Arcuri, myth and realities of instant messaging. What should I use for my communications to be secure? This side of the room. At the center, digital rights, cybersecurity, your technologies, your decisions. Decision making based on information. And on the left-hand side, we have Rogelio Lopez with evaluating our digital security practices when the game becomes reality. and Kebo Smith, leader of Strategic Relationships and Integration of LACNIC. Let's also welcome him with a round of applause. Please, Paula, the floor is yours. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for being here with us for this session, which is about regional initiatives. What we want to do is we would like to change the way in which we will conduct this session. This session will have two parts. The first part is an open microphone part, and after the open mic, we will exchange information about initiatives in the region, about the concept of the NRIs. What are the NRIs for global internet governance, and what are the stakeholders in the region doing to support in the room who can share information about the initiatives in the region, then we can do so. Last year we had the pleasure to have two important events underlining NRIs in the region. We had the MIGLAC project, regarding which we had a mapping of the initiatives in the region, and with that mapping, solutions of those regional initiatives. And then we also had a final report that was in the year 2017, final report of the Global Information Society Watch. And in that report, there was a focus on sustainability of the initiatives and the success factors of the initiatives. In this session, we want to have information on progress of those regional initiatives, and we want to exchange information. In the second part of this panel, we will have a more structured session, namely to talk about 5 case studies that come from a sample of the regional initiatives that we collected. And in that sample, we focused on new initiatives, medium initiatives, and mature initiatives. And so the idea would be to exchange information about those case studies of the NRIs in the region. So to start, I know that here in the audience we have officers of many organizations, and I would like to invite them. I would first of all like to invite the representative of the Secretariat of Global IGF, so that he can talk a little bit about the NRIs worldwide. Okay, unfortunately, we only have the mic here, so well, you will have to come up here to use this mic.
That's fine. Just a little bit of background information about the national and regional initiatives. As most of you in this room know, can I take it out? No. As most of you in this room know, that the IGF, that's the global IGF, was started. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, the global IGF was started by the Tunis Agenda, which is one of the results of WSIS, the World Summit of the Information Society. Now, WSIS did not specifically call for any national or regional initiatives to discuss public policy issues dealing with the internet. But it did, in paragraph 80, encourage the development of multi-stakeholder processes at national, regional, and international level for people to discuss and collaborate on internet governance issues. And surprisingly, from this region was actually the Caribbean IGF, which predates the global IGF. So that's one thing you can be proud of, is that, yes. And to date, we have 19 national and regional internet governance forums. And as you know, the national and regional initiatives do encourage policy coherence. It encourages the sharing of regional best practices, which is very important because you do have similarities in this region. So if we can learn from each other, it's much better than reinventing the wheel and doing it all again. And also, the global IGF can learn from the national and regional IGFs. And this is part of my mission here, to encourage you all at the end of this meeting, act as inputs to the meeting that we're going to be having in Berlin in November. And we do, of course, encouraging you all to come there. So just to end off, the three tenets of the IGF is that the open and transparent, inclusive and non-commercial, as well as multi-stakeholder. And what we mean by multi-stakeholders, but just to get 3 stakeholders is enough. And the last thing, because I don't want to take up all the time, is that the national and regional initiatives, of course, are independent from the global IGF. And we do want to collaborate, and we do want to learn from each other. But we are very pleased and very happy with the national and regional initiatives here. And we've held the global IGF 3 times in this region, which is basically the most tied with Europe that we've held IGFs. Thank you. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Bueno, y para seguir un poquito les podemos
talk a little bit about how LACIGF works with the others. Well, from the beginning, LACIGF has promoted the creation of these multi-sector spaces regarding internet governance. At the moment in the region, we have more than 21 NRIs, national and regional initiatives. And LACIGF has supported more than 22 initiatives, regional initiatives, with the Leaders project, which is the way in which LACIGF has institutionalized the support. 3 years ago, this Leaders project started to support national internet governance spaces and to also support leaders who participate in LACIGF. Now, the support that we give from LACIGF is on the one hand through experts of the LACIGF staff, so staff members who go to the places where the initiatives take place to share their experiences and knowledge and to participate in the space. On the other hand, as LACIGF, we provide financial assistance, small funds that help the local and regional organizations to get organized. And on the other hand, as I said a couple of minutes ago, we also support people, we support individual leaders who are involved in internet governance, who are involved for them to come here to the regional forum and for them to present their projects, to share their experiences, and so to exchange challenges and to talk about opportunities at the local and regional level. And also so that they can build relationships with each other within the region. So we consider that it's very important for them to be here. And now to talk a little bit more about this, well, LACIGF, for example, has supported 4 leaders to be here today. And let me read their names: Susana Chavez from Costa Rica, Gilberto Lara from Salvador, Jacqueline Morris from Trinidad and Tobago, and Guillermo Alves of Youth IGF. So they're the leaders supported to come here to LACIGF. And well, then finally, let me mention that the Leaders project is open to other people. So by the end of the year, you can send an application to receive support under the Leaders project. You can do that through the internet. So on the internet, you can find all the information, or you can also send an email to leaders.lacigf.net, or you can speak with us personally to see how we can support you. So thank you.
And since we are not interested only in collaborations that we have in the MIC Lab project is that there are promoters such as ISOC chapters and the managers of CCTVs that are also supporting initiatives in their communities. So at this moment we would like to have some comments from other stakeholders in the internet that have their own initiatives. So we'd like to hear from you, from your experiences. I think that we have the Internet Society. Good afternoon. My name is Diego Romero. My Spanish is not that good, but I will try to speak in Spanish to you. I work for Internet Society, which is a technical organization involved in the development of infrastructure for Internet and projects that have to do with fostering confidence among the people confidence in the network, and also we work to ensure that the network is dependable and reliable and safe for everyone. For us, the regional national fora on internet governance are excellent spaces for establishing networks so that people can meet each other to talk about common interests and to develop joint networks and projects. More than 80% of our chapters in the region, we have 26 chapters in the region, are involved in the committees for the organization of national internet governance. I don't know if my colleague Kiros is present here. She is the liaison between ISOC and the members, the partners, and the steering committees in the chapters that are LACIGF, LACIGF, and we provide interinstitutional support. We're a part of the initiatives that organize the programs, and we support the development of annual operations in each of these forums. Closer to the operational area, and allow me to read these because I have some that with many data. We have a training program for we just finished this. We provided 184 scholarships to prepare people to participate in these topics so they can come to the events, the regional events, but also to national events so that they can participate in an informed manner in the discussion, in a more, I don't know how to say this in Spanish, but they are able to participate with more preparation. Starting in the year 2007, the Internet Society has been working with support people so that they can participate in the global IGF. Starting in 2007 until 2018, we had this project called the IGF Ambassadors, and since 2017 to 2018 we kept a project called Youth IGF that was probably, with the Steering Committee of Brazil, was the origin for the participation, institutionalized participation of young people in national, regional or global processes together with LACNIC, CGBR and Internet Society. Today we have a program that is under development to take young people from all the regions where Internet Society works to the global IGF. This is a process that was completed. It's called Young Ambassadors of Internet Society for Global IGF. In the recent hours, if you are interested in knowing more about how the Internet Society could help you get involved in terms of national, regional, I don't know how I am saying a few words so that we can participate. You can participate in IGF. You have Sebastián Belagamba is here. You can talk to him. Nancy Quiroz, Israel, and myself, Diego. We are open and we'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Diego. And now I would like to give the floor to another internet stakeholder. I would like to invite Miguel to hear something about what his organization is doing to promote participation and support participants. Well, I am Miguel Estrada and the manager of Andelet. I am not going to talk about my institution, although most of the people here are members of this, and they support these initiatives at the national level. They are some of the most important generators of these initiatives. Oh, I am short of breath. I'm sorry. I just walked for, took a. I live. Okay, I live in Buenos Aires. This is 2 meters above the sea level, so I apologize. So, since Act LBL, my institution, we have been working to participate in the LACIGF space, and is that the representatives of the region to the advisory group for IGF Global. We want that these representatives from the union can bring concerns or interesting topics to discuss, so that they can comply with the representation role that they are supposed to fulfill. What we are doing in this meeting, of course, these are annual meetings that take place during the IGFs. We want to hear from them in terms of the advance made in their areas, and spaces for the regional representatives to get together and discuss what's happening there. The forum in which we explained what were the elements that were taken into account to be selected to a workshop, and we were at some point facilitating the participation for the benefit of global IGF, so that they can also get some other support. For example, 2 institutions that are registered, recognized, that's the correct word, in the IGF Global. I think this is it. I'm sorry that I am short of breath. I can't breathe. Well, it's now I'd like to give the floor to you, dear members of the public, regional or national. I would like you to share your experiences so that we can understand the support of the initiatives and how these initiatives have developed up to date. So, I don't know if we can start a line. We would love to have a line of people, what initiative you are representing, where you come from, and if you can tell us about your initiatives. I am from Brazil, the program, and I would like to tell about these initiatives that the other stakeholders. Several initiatives that bring young people to this discussion. The Internet Committee brought 13 Brazilian young people who are participating here. They are promoting joint activities, and we just started creating networks. We were able to meet people from other regions and networks. We are exchanging contacts. These initiatives, therefore, are real, and they promote a continuation of the work to be developed that are related to Internet governance. Professor Navarro also promoted the vision of Internet Society, and the scholarship guarantees the education of other people. I was a grantee, a scholarship grantee of this initiative. I think it is important to mention this because what is being done to attract the young people is important. Renovations and to bring innovation, renewal, and enhancement of the programs. Good afternoon. My name is Carola Guarín Espino. I come from Peru, but I don't come from the capital. I come from Cerro de Pasco, one of the highest cities in the world. I come to request, I would like to know what kind of support we can receive because for two reasons. I have been working with Cisco. Cisco has been an instrumental tool to give us platforms because we develop as students to develop activities regarding internet governance. In Peru, I cannot say that our chapter is well known in our country, but perhaps our representatives who's leading for necessary efforts or possible efforts to do this. In my case, I have worked with very small projects that cover very large areas. So we are requesting support for my population, not for the capital, Lima. And this is for our students or for me. Without education, women cannot make assertive decisions regarding ITs. And therefore, we are not paying attention to the correct use of these technologies. This leads that in many cases women are not a part of internet governance. We are put aside because empowerment is not taking place for us. I have conducted discussions on this topic with my students, and I am constantly requesting that they get involved because we are only a few women, because we know that knowing about topics such as Internet of Things, cybersecurity, and others, we can make a difference in the lives of many people and actually ensuring the digital security, as well as technological innovation. In my city, there are many schools that really don't measure up. I have been sharing with them information that comes from initiatives, and they are for free. And actually I found their doors closed because they first ignore, they don't know what this is about, and also because they consider that internet services are only provided for the principal, the school, and some management officers, and the schools are not using internet for their students. Unfortunately, we have been working on this since 2016. I am system engineer, and we have been promoting adaptations of engineering solutions, empowerment to women, so that our population can have this knowledge. Perhaps further, I will have a chance to explain this to you. Our work is very difficult. I mean, it faces many challenges. But I would like to mention about what we are doing, such as also Huancavelica and other regions where I have found that they have significant problems. These representatives from other regions also demonstrated that they support me and felt encouraged by the support that I received from them. We are going to close the line now. This is an announcement, and we are aware of the timing. So I would request that you speak for 2 minutes so that we can have more opportunities, so we can have more interaction during the second association connection from El Salvador. I am a scholarship grantee from the ACNIT Leadership Initiatives. Additionally, with the S7EP Association, which is the connection point in El Salvador, we have worked on internet governance. We had the first forum last year, and we had a challenge before us, and it was complicated because usually the population is people are more related to technical stuff when they hear about internet navigation, things like that. However, people usually don't pay attention to the entire ecosystem as such. Therefore, the challenge we had was this: how we can cater to the needs of the people and how we establish an agenda, because this was the first forum for El Salvador. And the solution was to focus on awareness efforts. We took the 7 baskets of internet governance that have development, etc. And on the basis of this, we decided to create an agenda by creating a committee following the program committee model. We have this committee, and on September 11, we have our second forum this year. And for this second event, we are going to have participation from the government, universities. The planning secretariat of the government will participate. The Salvadoran Chamber of Communication and Information, representatives from civil society, and some entities, technical entities that work with us. I think that when you start facing the challenge, you realize that the main challenge is to find a way for the end consumer, the society at large, develops a sense of ownership of this, and how we create a culture, because this is sort of a cultural thing. Very broad knowledge about the entire ecosystem in terms of ICANN helped us a lot. Rodrigo de la Parra was instrumental in this with his presentation on ecosystem. This was useful for us. This is something, this might be termed as something basic, but this is essential for the type of work we're doing. For those of you who are going to start an initiative, we encourage you to start like this, identifying topics of interest, to establish an agenda so that people can create awareness and we can sensitize the stakeholders. Thank you, Gilberto. Now we apologize, but you are going to have 1 minute to, because we are about to start the second part, and we're going to have a debate, and you will have a chance to talk about more, about your perspectives. Okay, no problem. My name is Miguel Candia. I represent the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Paraguay. Let me tell you what's happening in my country. In this year, we're going to have the 10th edition that increase in topics and responsibility. This event will be organized, will be held in November, the first week, and we are defining the agenda. What we are trying to do to reach out to as many people we can to get appropriate feedback so that the topics can reflect national needs. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Carlos Carrasco from the Observatory of Chile. of it, although I am originally from Caracas, Venezuela. I am zero technician. I am an activist since I was a university student. But I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to give a recognition to the organization, to the Joint Observatory, because I am a scholarship grantee this year. And I want to tell you that the opportunities you're giving us is valued. I am an activist in the area of public policy, of freedom of expression and human rights. That's the reason why I live in Chile now, I'm not in Venezuela. I can't be in Venezuela. I want to express my gratitude for your support to young people like me, especially those of us who are immigrants in other countries, because tomorrow we are going to go back to our country, to Venezuela, and these topics are going to be crucial to the reestablishment of the social fabric. And to the Chilean chapter of Internet Society, I am totally at your orders for anything. And you Bolivians have a wonderful Independence Day. Thank you. Terminaremos la ronda. I am Juliana, and I am part of the Youth Observatory. Let me mention in 30 seconds this project. This is called Creating Networks, and this is an initiative to identify networks of young people working with technology. Today we have a multi-organization that participate, that includes, and they are participating in the idea that young people are working in this. For example, if you know of an organization in Africa working in community, local communities, we are interested in getting to them. So what we're doing with this is we're making this map known so that other young people can identify their counterparts all around the world. Thank you. My name is Roberto Zambrana from the ISOC, the Bolivian chapter of ISOC. Very briefly, I would like to mention the two forums of governance that we had in 2016 and 2018. Sometimes we think of them as a complicated thing to organize, but in our case, we had the support in terms of resources. ISOC Global helped us to organize this, and of course these resources can be used to establish this type of conversation. And there is another organization that works on the World Forum, and that is the entity that provides funds for this. In terms of participation, we were very lucky to have in our first forum, because we have 17 entities from the different sectors. In the case of government, the important role was participation, and the authorities were very open to participate during the two experiences. And also we had participation from civil society, the academia, and institutions that work in this. And this has increased also in 2018. We had 23 organizations that participated and supported, and I think it is possible to do this. We need a decision. You have to have the will to do that. Of course, participation is a challenge. You need to have adequate channels so that we can include more and more people, interested people. For this case, for our country, the very fact that we have this event here is a fundamental thing, so we can escalate and get more participation.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you all participants. Let's now continue with the second part of the session. And in this second part, we will talk about some case studies regarding the initiatives that are underway. I would like to invite Susana Chavez of the initiative in Costa Rica, Jacqueline Morris of the initiative in Trinidad and Tobago, also Julian Casanuevas from Colombia, Flavio Wagner of the Brazilian initiative, and finally Guilherme Alves of Youth IGF, LACIGF. Okay, so let's start straight away with Susanna. And the idea is for Susanna to present her initiative, the challenges, and then we will talk with the public about that. So Susan, please. Good afternoon. Let me thank you for this opportunity to represent the Costa Rican initiative as part of the Initiative Coordinating Committee. To give you the context, in 2019 is the third year that we are developing the national IGF. We have always worked within the perspective of integrating all parties into this process of organization and execution of the internet governance dialogue in Costa Rica. The organizing committee is open to participation from all stakeholders. Right now, the committee has three stakeholders mainly, namely government, represented by the Ministry of Telecommunications and Science, ISOC, Costa Rica Chapter, and NIC Costa Rica, which is the institution I represent. We have seen a need for addressing the issue of internet governance from a different perspective, because in the country we have the Consultative Council of the Internet, which is a forum in which the decision makers at the national level come together to talk about and to define guidelines of work regarding internet governance. Being a local initiative in parallel to the Consultative Council gives us greater strength and gives us authority to discuss this topic. So we have also seen the need for developing this through different strategies. In the first year, we did this through panels. This was a very interesting experience in which we learned a lot, but we also learned that it is necessary to involve and to engage the community. So in the second year, we did this through working groups. That was a very enriching experience because the people participating in the IGF, they became part of the initiative itself. So that's in general. That's in general how we work within the framework of the national internet governance. In terms of challenges, even though we are a very young initiative, we have faced many challenges. Let me mention some main issues beyond the challenges, because, well, we are still learning, but one issue is resources. So to develop the resources, you need to work with different organizations that accompany you in the process and that have a fundamental role in this. ISOC and many others need to accompany this process. Also the processes of public consultation, for example. So that has been fundamental to develop the initiative and even to bring university students from different parts of Costa Rica, because we developed this in the capital, San Jose, but that's another challenge, to reach out with this dialogue beyond the capital city, because the reality is that at the level of the capital and the metropolitan area, the reality is very different compared to the rural or coastal areas. Then participation and drawing people is always a challenge. So to make sure that more people engage, take action, etc., that's complicated. And that is one of the situations which most of us share in the national and regional initiatives. Sometimes what people do is they automatically give the responsibility to the organizers, but that is not how it should be. We all have to act. We all have to be included and participate in this, from creation of the agenda, but also throughout development and continuity of these topics. That is fundamental to help develop, to participate, and to assume responsibility in these processes. Another challenge, as I said, was the issue of the change of format that we had. So to be able to include more people. I was also mentioning the fact of reaching out with the internet governance dialogue to the whole country. That is why, as from this year, several universities have become our allies so that they can help us reach out at the regional level in different parts of the country, so that we can have the event live in different parts of the country so that people can interact with the moderators and the working groups. Finally, another challenge is to ensure continuity in between the different events. That's fundamental, because it's not helpful to have isolated events if there is no concatenation between the different events, if there's no continuity. One of the approaches that have helped us was to review the true impact at the level of digital development, because this is a young initiative, so it's a little bit complicated to reach, to measure the impacts. However, through other strategies, like through the consultative Internet Council that has existed for 6 years, and also through associations and through activities in parallel with peer institutions like ISOC, well, through all of that, we can measure the impact at the national level as a digital development strategy. For us, it is also fundamental to have support from the government, different areas of the government. So we have like 3 legs, the technical society, government, and civil society are the 3 legs that are important for us from the viewpoint of governance. And then finally, one of the situations that we have addressed in the last event was to take the internet to vulnerable population groups, which is always a challenge in Latin American countries. This issue was proposed in a working group to do this through plans and social projects, and to empower people through community-based networks, which are organized groups in different remote populations of the central, to be able to bring them the internet and expand this as a successful model, and also to learn from other countries. So basically, to finalize my intervention, we still have many challenges, but I think that together with our strategic allies, with our vital allies, things become easier. It's easier to address the challenges and include people into decision making. And it's also important to understand the issues and why those issues affect us. Internet governance is not only a technical issue, it is an issue that concerns all of us. Thank you. And so I invite you now to have a conversation about this. Very well. Any questions, comments for Susana about the Costa Rican initiative? I think that there are many similarities with the challenges. For example, including people from remote places, that's a challenge we all share. Any comments? Hi, how are you? Pleasure, Carlos Belis. Well, I think it's interesting to see what you're doing over there, how you're trying to deal with inclusion of young people, and that you're also trying to include all the regions of the country, because sometimes the countries only develop internet access and internet governance in one region. So what do you suggest to improve national inclusion? The strategy that we have developed from the first year with the first national IGF was to include students, mainly university students who have more knowledge of certain topics and who are much more sensitive to this issue. So part of the resources that I mentioned are used to cover the transportation cost of students to San Jose, for them to come visit us, for them to participate, and for them to then act in their own communities, in remote communities, you know, like 2-3 hours from the capital city. So that is what we have tried to maintain over the 3 years. So this is the 3rd year that we are inviting them, people from remote communities. And how can you include the communities? Well, through key allies. For us, the universities are key allies and are neutral allies. So that facilitates the process. Effectively, we In the 2 previous years, we have developed things in San Jose, in the capital city, because it's difficult for us to mobilize to more remote areas. This year, we have decided to really address this through the strategic alliance with the universities. So in the head offices of the universities, we will transmit our events. So eventually, gradually, when the initiative becomes more mature, it will reach out more and more to the remote areas. Thank you very much for this. But being aware of time, let's continue to the next coordinator. Let me invite Jacqueline Morris.
Initiative across the region.
Hello everyone, and yes, I will be speaking in English. And I hope you will give me a little moment to catch my breath, because it is up here in the Andes. Okay, so I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, which is in the Caribbean, and I know many of you may not know anything about what we do or who we are, so I'm going to give a quick overview of our space and internet governance, and then go into the 2019 stuff, if that's okay. So basically, the Caribbean wasn't very much into internet anything when there was the ICANN open board election. We didn't know. I didn't vote, didn't know anything about it. It was WSIS that actually got us involved. I was involved as part of the Gender Caucus. And from there, the Working Group on Internet Governance. And after that, there were 2 of us, and we brought this thing called Internet Governance, the knowledge of this, back to the Caribbean. And as you heard from Chengetai, we then had the first Internet Governance Forum in the Caribbean before we even had the Global Internet Governance Forum. So the majority of the people who were involved were really technical people and civil society. Governments, not so much. Regulators and so on, they're getting in there, but they're not that involved still. And that's kind of how it is. In Trinidad and Tobago, we had the first IGF in the English-speaking Caribbean, and we started in 2017. It started with the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Whew. That was formed as a multi-stakeholder input into the policy development for the CCTLD, because the CCTLD was one of those that was originally delegated by John Postel. And of course, when we started hearing about internet, the government was like, no, who is this person? Why are we doing this? We want the government to take over. We want the university to take over. Everybody wanted a piece. So the logical thing was, let's create a group with all the stakeholders, and that way everybody gets a word in. Everybody gets their piece without anybody totally holding on to it. They're starting to get a lot more members now after 3 IGFs. It started with 2 universities. The Trinidad and Tobago government most of the ministries were not interested, so we got the National Center for Science and Technology said they were interested, and they sent a member. And the other seat is still vacant because the government's not that interested at the moment. Actually, the person who's been dealing with internet governance issues in the ministry in Trinidad and Tobago left a position, and for a year and about 18 months now, there's been no participation in ICANN, in IGF, in anything from the government. And that's one of our issues, that all the internet governance is done, all the internet governance work is done by people from ISOC, the computer societies, universities, researchers, and technical people. There's not very much input from the private sector, and there's not very much input from the government. And if we don't have all the stakeholders involved, we're going to have issues with the IGF coming forward. And that's where I get into our challenges. So the TT-IGF started in January 2017. And the TT-MAG was launched on the same day as the TT-IGF. They grew both together. So at the beginning, obviously, didn't have many members and so on, so the board operated in a top-down manner. We decided, I was on the board at the time, we decided who was going to speak, we decided what the topics were and so on. The second year, we went out to the public, not many. 2019, we got a lot more input. We got 30 or 40 people responding, which is not really that many in a country of 1.3 million, but it's a small start. And it's improving. We've got people interested in becoming members, business, small business. The large business is not interested at the moment. But this lack of participation from other groups is what is, I think, is one of the main challenges to the IGF in Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe even in the rest of the Caribbean, because if we don't have all the stakeholders involved, especially the big ones, the ones who run the major projects, the government, big private sector, then it's going to be a small, oh, these are just civil society people on this, and academia, and nobody's really going to take it on. Things that come out of it, the discussions that have come out of it, are not going to have much impact. And that's why I go into the second part, well, the impact that we've had. And a lot of it has not given impact because the government, the people who do the major policy work and the major legislation and the major projects in the country aren't involved. And that is one of the things that we actually have to do in a major way. So, in order for us to have a larger impact, in order for us to get these people inside, what we've decided, what we've got to do is go out and show them the importance of it. In internet governance, there's so many things that people don't even realize. There's so many projects, there's so many reports, there's so many aspects to it that people get confused and very distracted. They don't know where to go and how to get involved. So ISOC, Computer Society, and a couple others are working together to start doing some hand-holding and leading people, even in the government and in large and in business, into the internet governance space. We're going to do some training, we're going to do sessions, we're going to talk to people, tell them, okay, give them little digestible bits. This is what your business is, this is what is important to you, this is where you should focus for now. Don't look at the huge thing and get all overwhelmed and go, oh Lord, we will never be able to get in. So my questions for you all would be, how do we get broader interest in internet governance as a whole? Because we talk a lot about IT. We talk a lot about computerization, e-government, but they talk about these things in separate projects, and they don't talk about these things as part of one whole internet governance issue. See what I mean? So how do we do that? And how can we get more local IGF initiatives? We've got in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I think, is that it? That's it for now. So, in the Caribbean? No, in the English-speaking Caribbean, we've got Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and the Grenadines. I think that's it. So, Belize is on its way. But it's a lot, it's 22 or 23 countries, and that's only 4, and all of them have started in the past 2 years. And we still don't have many people. And that's our major thing, the resources of the human resources that we need to get involved to be able to start participating. I think that's it for me.
Bueno, entonces Jacqueline hizo una pregunta, un comentario muy general para cualquier persona aquí en el público. ¿Cómo involucrar a
involve other people who are coming from critical areas in the area of internet governance? What are the strategies so that there is more recognition of this activity related to the huge concept of internet ecosystem, and how we go from specific things, silos, to a larger picture, because we are talking about isolated initiatives. What Jacqueline said a moment ago is that there's a lot of overlapping regarding the institutions and people, and Jacqueline is also a part of the chapter of ISOC and represents the diplomatic community. I mean, it's only a few people, and all the activities overlap, and those are the same people doing so many things. I don't know if we have some reaction from the public or any comment to illustrate this point. Hello. I am Alexa Zamora from Nicaragua, and I participated with ICSC. And on the contrary, my comment has to do with something different. I had some concerns. One of those is related to what the presenter just said, and the question that was made. What's the level of involvement in these spaces for the debating or discussing of internet governance? Because in Nicaragua, we have waves and waves of people promoting human rights through the platforms, but in reality, the topic of internet governance is skewed, is not touched. How do we articulate, how do we combine the work of users and commentators with people who are actually developing internet governance? I think that this is a concern that touches different communities. Okay.
Moving internet governance from a niche area with a few players, with a few activists, into something that is more impactful on a national level?
Yeah, one of the things that I found did work, and one of the things that we thought we were going to go ahead and do more, is in 2018, we had a session on gender. And we brought some of the activists in to talk about how they use the internet to do their gender activism. And from that, a lot of people in the QI and the gender-based violence and all those groups have started to come in and start talking to us, because they didn't realize that what they were doing was part of internet governance. And that's why one of the things that I said, the process that I'm hoping that we're going to go into is to go out to everyone and say, listen, what you do, it's internet governance. And this is how you can interact with us, and this is what we can do to help you. And put it firmly, basically take it from something that's big and in the cloud and out there and in Geneva and travel all over the world, and bring it down to what happens to them right here at home and what they have to do.
Bueno, thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Y ahora quisiera invitar al podio Julián Casabuenas, explicando un poco la iniciativa de Colombia, que es una de las...
Which is one of the initiatives that I would call in midterm or mid-size in the region. Thank you so much. For me, it is a pleasure to be able to be here representing the group of governance, the internet governance in Colombia, and that's the name that we have given to this entity that conducts an internet governance event every year. Since we started this project, we have been working on a statement of principles that started during the first creation of the group. And this has to do with how we facilitate dialogue among stakeholders and how this internet works for its own development, for reduction of poverty, the creation of integration, how internet service can serve in the industry, and how we guarantee security in the internet. And we, as a group, always analyzes topics of interest that come from the different stakeholders and how we embody those, and we discuss them. We do not pursue a single objective of arriving in a single solution. We agree that our recommendations are not binding, but they are manifestations of opinions that were agreed among all the participants on a particular topic in a given time. Regarding the participants, it's open to all people and organizations that want to participate in this space. But on the topics related to those included in our statement, this is a voluntary participation, and always we have been concerned this, and we have mentioned this and several times, and other presenters have mentioned this. Our constant concern is how do we attract more participants who are interested in discussing these topics and who can contribute in enhancing and bringing more diversification to this topic. Also, there is no hierarchy established among the groups. The initiative started with a regional forum in Córdoba, Argentina in 2013. The members that represented Colombia back then decided to start this discussion group. And today we are keeping this initiative, and we have celebrated 20 meetings every 2 months. This is, we do not only organize the forum, we try to be in permanent communication to discuss different topics in terms of fake news, connectivity, concerns regarding regulations on internet security, privacy. And in this area, for example, the government presented to the working group through their committee for the regulation of IT ministry public policy projects to be commented. Also, the private sector and civil society have submitted discussions on regulation, and they have presented projects for debate to discuss their concerns. We have also achieved through this permanent process of communication, we have achieved to discuss in a very friendly manner. We have established a friendly debate atmosphere. We have organized ourselves through organizing the regional fora. It started in 2014. We implemented a multiple stakeholders approach, including the private, academic, and public sectors, to discuss cybersecurity, neutrality, development, and internet access for inclusion, digital economy, smart or intelligent cities. And in the past forum, the one we had last year, it was very focused. We were very focused, and this started in 2018. And the topic was if we would include a training course one day prior to the event with different topics, so that different people who participate, especially from the regions, could have the possibility of going deeper in terms of governance topics to be able to participate better in the forum. In our last forum, we covered measuring measuring the digital economy was a topic, and how it impacts internet. The regulatory organization presented a presentation on digital economy. We talked about development of rural areas, community-based networks, and we brought specialists who are working in a very significant manner in these new proposals for connectivity, especially for the rural areas, and they participated in this space. Also, we created a conversation on the basis of the multi-stakeholder methodology, which is very interesting because this was linked to discuss this and to bring this topic to the global forum. In the main session for national and regional initiatives on internet governance, they presented this. This helped us to start this type of discussion not only in the local area but also to discuss this at the global level. And finally, we debated on the internet and human rights. Now let's talk about the operation, how the working group, not legal, it is a union of wills. We do not have our own resources, but for the organization of the annual forum, all members are invited to contribute with different areas so that we can have the forum every year. And we started in 2017, more or less. We have an action plan in which we prioritize the activities that are of utmost interest, defining deadlines and defining mechanisms for operation. In this manner, we want to include different regions of the country into these debates. We have 311 members registered in the discussion working group. We have 51 people, representatives in the place, and we have a number through streaming. In total, we have over 600 participants. Remote participation then has been significant. However, it's important for us to promote more integration. We want to have superior and better participation from people participating in a remote mode. In the working group, we have organized training sessions to train, for example, government entities such as the superintendents of TICs. Among the challenges the working group has are these: we want to become a reference point for the discussion of internet governance issues. We want to become an entity to promote education for young people in this area. During the past year, we have been working with the joint IGF in Colombia to facilitate this participation. Also, we have been working to take the forum to other regions of the country. We have developed 5 out of the 5 fora. I mean, the 5 fora we conducted were all held in Bogota, and we understand that we need to take this to other cities. That's why we are creating scholarships so that people can apply for those, and we can facilitate participation. We bring those people to the fora so that people in the indigenous communities and other remote regions can participate. Also, SMEs and other companies have been invited. We have tried to identify innovative manner so they can find the benefits from participating in this discussion group. Also, we ensure to keep plurality and respect. We want to expand remote participation. We want to create innovation. We are creating the 6th version of this forum, and we are discussing right now how we develop spaces to attract young people, maybe through workshops that are more attractive with special formats. And this is something we are doing regarding internet governance. And also, of course, we keep on participating in the sessions for the global IGF, and this year we are touching inclusion, human rights and security, and we are participating in the collaborative initiative to include vulnerable groups, and how we develop what we call digital capacity. We think that integrating these topics in this type of spaces for discussion and the integration of those with the global IGF is crucial. This is what I wanted to share with you this afternoon. Thank you. Any comment for Julian? I am interested in getting to know the strategies with multiple stakeholders and this idea of linking the initiative forum with the global initiative. I don't know if you can mention specific examples regarding this. But let me give the floor to Flavio Bachner right now, representing IGF Brazil. Yeah, I will be speaking in English.
The Fórum da Internet no Brasil. So the Brazilian IGF exists since 2011. So in November 2019, we are arriving at its 9th edition. It is a 4-day-long event and rotates annually among cities and regions of the country. Next edition, for instance, in November, will be held in Manaus in the Amazon region. It has been always promoted, organized, and entirely funded by CGI.br, the multi-stakeholder Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, such that funding has never been a challenge for the forum. But this could be, of course, a substantial problem if CGI could not offer the required funding, as Brazil is a very large country and travel expenses are substantial. So it follows a multi-stakeholder model in its organization and in all its sessions regarding moderators, speakers, and so on. This is a strong requirement for the event. But it's a fact that the more effective participation of the government and the private sector has always been a challenge. So until 2016, the event was planned and organized in what I would say a completely top-down approach, with CGI defining all of the program. As CGI board members come from distinct sectors, this partly alleviated the lack of direct participation of the community. But there were widespread dissatisfaction with the effectiveness and quality of the event, both among CGI members, board members, and among the community. Then, starting in 2017, the event follows a model that is very similar to the global IGF, based on an open call for workshops. A program committee, like the MAG in the global IGF, with 44 members, 11 from each sector, evaluates all workshop proposals, so that each workshop has 8 reviews, 2 from each sector. And in the last 3 years, we had 78, 52, and 55 submissions of workshop proposals, respectively, which shows a very large receptivity from the community. So the emphasis on the multi-stakeholder model has been kept. Each workshop must have at least 1 speaker from each sector. It's mandatory. Regional and gender diversity are also required among proponents and speakers. And the final program is bringing. So CGI entirely funds the participation of proponents, moderators, rapporteurs, and speakers of all selected workshops. This has, of course, a large positive impact on the quality and diversity of the workshops, but creates, on the other side, a huge dependence on this funding. Since 2013, in a pioneering initiative, CGI also regularly funds the participation of young people at the Brazilian IGF, following an open call for interest. The selection of the fellows looks for regional, gender, and educational background diversity. So the CGI board members coming from all sectors are still responsible for defining themes and speakers for main sessions, plenary sessions, that reflect the most important topics in the Brazilian internet governance context. So the new format since 2017 brought a much larger engagement from the community. It has many more opportunities for participation. from the definition of the program until running the workshops. And a larger engagement from the audience during sessions is also noticed. However, attracting a larger number of workshop proposals and of attendees from government and from private sector is still a challenge. So regarding the impact of the initiative to the digital development of the Brazilian in the local context, I would say the Brazilian IGF is the only true multi-stakeholder forum on internet governance in Brazil. It has the merit of bringing together for all dialogue on all themes that the community deems relevant. And remember, all workshops and sessions must have at least one speaker from each sector. So it attracts the forum many hundreds of participants every year. We have had more than 1,000 participants in some editions. This forum joins other relevant efforts from CGI, such as courses, events, and publications, aimed at a discussion and capacity building on internet governance issues. The Brazilian IGF, as an example, along many years, has been a privileged forum for the discussion of the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights, the Marco Civil, which was finally approved in 2014. It must be acknowledged, however, that Brazil has a very robust and dense digital internet ecosystem. There are many other relevant individual or joint initiatives from other actors outside CGI's remit, influence, and activities. Therefore, we cannot overestimate the impact of the Brazilian IGF on the digital development of the country regarding social, economic, cultural, and political dimensions. So, just to finish, two particular themes. The list of themes is very large during our forums, but two particular themes have been dominant in the last edition in 2018. First one was fake news. The Brazilian IGF in 2018 has been held just a few days after the second round of the Brazilian presidential election. And the elections have been plagued by intense controversies regarding fake news on social networks and their possible impact on the political environment and even on the final outcome of the elections. And many sessions of the Brazilian IGF have discussed this phenomenon. And the second one was privacy and data protection. The new Brazilian General Law on Data Protection has been approved by the National Congress on August 2018, so 3 months before the forum. And many sessions of the Brazilian IGF dealt with the detailed regulation of this law and with its impacts. A theme of particular interest was the creation and regulation of the new National Data Protection Authority in Brazil, which still does not exist. So, this is the report I have had to do regarding the Brazilian IGF, and I would like to make a question to you. As I said, we have a problem with a more effective and more intense participation of government representatives and private sector. Of course, they are invited to be speakers at sessions and workshops. But besides that, we have very few representatives from them really coming on a voluntary basis to attend the meeting and participate during the 4 days of the event. So what are the best practices you have to share with us? What are the good examples you have? How intense and effective has been the participation of government and private sector in other national IGFs in the region? What has been done to try to attract them and keep them interested really as active participants of the national IGFs?
Thanks very much, Flavio. Solo para repetir la pregunta que Flavio hizo al público, ¿cuáles son las estrategias para involucrar a gobiernos en las iniciativas, no solo para ser speaker, sino para interesarse de verdad?
Be truly interested in internet governance and also to involve the private sector, because in Brazil, which is the most mature initiative in Brazil, they still have this challenge of engaging the government and the private sector. Is there anyone in the room who would like to share experiences on this? Okay, good afternoon. I'm Mrs. Suarez. I'm the vice president of a social organization in Cuba, a non-profit association that has existed for 3 to 4 years for now. And well, I wanted to share with you, and I especially wanted to request support to you related to the initiative that we have conducted in Cuba. I'm here with 3 of my colleagues involved in that initiative, namely to create the first Cuban Internet Governance Forum. We tried to do that in June. So we are very new. We created that forum only in June of this year. And well, we have participated in the last 3 regional forums of LACIGF, and we have also participated in 2 global forums. And we have seen that this is innovative and very useful, especially for citizens. And so that's why we were very interested in this. Now, based on all of this, we decided to create a series of principles, because to start with this, we needed to become more literate, and maybe that's a very tough word, but we needed to be more literate in this topic, because in Cuba, internet governance was a very new topic. And so I think that now I will answer the question. So we set up a group. That group worked on a proposal. And of course, that was not evident because knowledge was limited on this issue. We set up a group and we suggested a series of topics, and we did not only involve government, but we also involved people through workshops on internet governance nationwide. We also invited other social organizations like the Association of Economists, of teachers, of journalists, of communicators. We integrated all of them. And amongst all of us, we somehow sponsored the events. And well, today we are here and we really want to learn from all of you. So united, we invited the government, academia, society, civil society as a whole, not only organized civil society, but all of us. And we also invited the private sector. In Cuba, there is a private sector, which is under development, and especially in the field of technology. So we also involved them. And based on this, we even gave an opportunity to the government to organize a panel to talk about local development, to talk about best practices in terms of transparency, best practices in terms of citizen inclusion, and to participate in that together with us in those workshops at the national level. So the most interesting contributions in those territorial workshops were the ones that were taken to the first national Internet Governance Forum in La Habana. But they were like the result of participation of the population, even from the rural area. Because we worked with one of the companies that is positioned in remote areas. So to ensure participation and inclusion of the disadvantaged groups in Cuba. So we defined a series of principles, and we also had a final declaration of organized civil society. We have a webpage. You can visit that webpage. It's gobernanzainternet.uci.cu. And on that internet page, you can find all the information about development of our events. So we created a panel very intentionally involving local governments and with participation of the ministers and the vice ministers of the Ministry of Communications, so to ensure synergies among the different stakeholders. And so we really sought actively to involve all of them. And as from September, we will restart this process of creating groups, working permanently on the initiatives that we discussed in the workshops. Okay. So you organized mini events that provided feedback for the National Forum, basically, right? Okay, thank you for sharing that experience. Okay, let's carry on. Oh, no, someone else? Please. Good afternoon, I'm Joanna. I'm from Bolivia. Regarding the question, I understand that the demands generated in these governance forums should be transmitted to the government, and then the government should listen to us. I'm not a programmer, I'm not a systems student, but I try to find answers, and I try to make sure that the government hears our demands and our needs. And here we even said that asking the government to listen to us and to somehow be part of this, and for us to advocate with the government, and we have said that this may be difficult to advocate with the government because public policy making is a complex process. So the governments, they have this government bureaucracy, a government system that is still lagging behind. And so it's often difficult for the governments to assimilate what we say, and it's difficult for them to produce public policies based on our demands. But what I have discovered is that there is a crisis in our region in terms of the mediators, because really this is a very complicated issue. We have the governments or the state, we have the mediators, and then we have a civil society. And civil society participates in these forums, and the mediators are the institutions. You are part of the mediators, the experts are mediators. They have a voice, I think. All of you, I think that now these mediators, well, we need to become stronger, and we need to become through mediators, because what happens is that often when there is a demand or a need, there is one voice, and that voice goes up to a minister or a member of Congress, and he forgets about those demands. That is why these forums need to work within this philosophy, namely this multi-stakeholder philosophy, etc. So we need to have a more horizontal approach, and we need to strengthen that horizontal approach and the mediators. That is how we will be able to build governments that make public policies on technology in line with this. So I don't know whether, well, for example, when we talk about development, you have cycles in civilization that are leaving behind the governments, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That technology, for example, is really taking off, but the governments are lagging behind. They're one step behind. So we really need to advocate with the governments to keep track. And this is drop by drop. Drop by drop. Advocacy is drop by drop. And to do this, we need to become stronger. And the mediators need to be efficient and effective. Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution. Unfortunately, we only have another 10 minutes left for this conversation. So in those 10 minutes, we still have a presentation of Guilherme. So let's continue with your presentation, and after that, we can continue with the Q&A session. So Guilherme, please. I have a presentation. I don't know if it's ready. Well, I represent the Youth IGF. My name is Guilherme Arroz. I'm a journalist. I'm from Brazil. I'm specialized in society and technology. Well, we have one project with the Youth Observatory, and it's Youth Internet Society also, and we have a couple of pillars in the initiative, like a couple of central ideas to organize events. And well, the first pillar is related to the exchange of experiences. So we want to be a space for young people who want to be part of IGF to exchange ideas, to do networking, and also to create opportunities for those young people together with the Latin American Internet Governance Society. Then we also want to have an in-depth discussion on the topics that are relevant topics right now. It's also a welcoming space to involve young people. Then we also want to be a space of inclusion, not based on panels, but we want to have like workshops, focal groups, etc. Then we also have a code of conduct, so all people participating in the youth forums must feel safe. They must feel confident that they can speak up. And then we also have a program of scholarships. That's an important part of the initiative. So we have an open call within the scholarships for Latin America so that all young people could participate in LACIGF and Youth IGF. So we have a transparent scholarship program that takes into account gender diversity, that takes into account different backgrounds of people, etc., of the young people. So, well, the first Youth IGF meeting took place in Costa Rica, then in Panama, and then in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Some of our challenges are things that have been mentioned already by civil society. For example, we have the challenge of financing. Financing is, well, although we receive support from companies and do not have a stable source of funding. For example, our scholarship program is dependent on whether we can get funding. So it's not a stable funding program. And for example, to get funding for certain activities is very difficult. Another point, another challenge for us is logistics, because we are a transnational initiative, so we work with young people who speak Spanish, English, or Portuguese, like myself, and so we have a logistical issue sometimes. So sometimes it's difficult for us to have meetings. Then we also and logistics to gather people, etc. That's also difficult. Or meals, snacks, etc. Another point is the volunteership. We are all volunteers, so sometimes we do not have enough time to work with the Youth IGF. So for us, that's also a thing, an issue. And the fourth challenge of Youth IGF is that it's difficult for us to involve low-income youth from the Caribbean and Latin America. So it's complicated to involve absolutely all youth. Now, in terms of impact, well, this year we have had the fourth version of the Youth LACIGF with many participants. We had more than 38 scholarship participants from 15 Latin American countries. So we had scholarship participants from Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Venezuela. So we try to create a network of young people in many countries so that they can network, so that they can build relationships with each other. Another point regarding the impact of our initiative, that's related to strengthening the internet governance community and related to creating opportunities for new voices in internet governance. Our organizing committee this year is made up of 5 people, me, Also Angelica Contreras from Mexico, Juliana Novaisco from Brazil, Pablo Jordan from Bolivia, and also Alison Dioles, who's from Brazil as well. That's the organizing committee. Our event took place yesterday here in the Military Engineering School. We had 50 participants in the event yesterday here in Bolivia. We had more than 10 different countries represented in the Youth Like IGF event yesterday. We had 6 sessions and also a workshop. And the main point on the agenda yesterday was a session to discuss the future of Internet governance. What do the young people think of the future of Internet governance? So it was a space with 8 discussion groups about different topics related to Internet governance. For example, digital inclusion, privacy, multi-territorial forums, etc. And all the young people had a chance to discuss the future they want and the future they do not want of the Internet. Because when we imagine the future of the Internet, well, we can start building the future from today. We can start building that future today. This is something that we always bear in mind in the discussions, so that the young people in the event could take that into account, so that they could share their opinions in other forums as well. That's very important for LACIGF youth. Well, here you can see a couple of pictures of the Youth LACIGF meeting yesterday. These are pictures of the discussions groups yesterday. This is the presentation by the scholarship participants. So we asked them to use pens and flip charts. And well, by way of conclusion of this about this initiative, I think that the central message of Youth Like IGF, the central message for the Internet governance community is that we are here. Young people are present. Young people are strong. They want to be part of social impact projects. We want to be part of other projects. We want to engage other young people. To do this, we need support. We need the involvement, and we also need trusts. Because sometimes, because we are young and because we are students, people think that we do not contribute quality to the debates. So we want to show that we do have quality inputs for debates. We can make valuable contributions to debates. And do not forget that the students today are the workers and professionals of tomorrow. So we really want you, the community as a whole, to support us as future workers in your organizations. That's it. Thank you very much. And maybe one point or one question for the debate is, what does the Internet governance community think about the role of youth in this community? Are we only considered to be scholarship beneficiaries, or do you think that we have a more important role in the Internet governance community? Thank you very much, Guilherme. Thank you to all of you. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of this session. We have heard about challenges, significant challenges related to resources, support, participation of governments, challenges related to the participation of excluded stakeholders. We have heard about rural populations, women, youth, and we have also heard that there are strategies in other parts of the region to build relationships with those stakeholders. For example, the example of Cuba, to organize workshops before the national event. And we have also heard about other strategies this afternoon. I want to thank all panel members for their presentations that were very valuable about the initiatives. And well, we have received a very good sample of different initiatives. And I also want to thank you for your attention. We have taken off 10 minutes of the break time, but well, now I hand over the floor back to Beatriz. Thank you. Let's thank them with a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing your initiatives with us. Okay, and now we all have to stand up for the coffee break. Please be back in 20 minutes. Let's begin with the session, the next session. Now we are going to talk about the future of Internet governance, and we will have a presentation of a study. And well, we will have a lot of participation. This session has two parts. The first part is the panel on perspectives and the future of Internet governance. And in the second part, we will talk about the perspectives on the future of LACIGF, in which we will also have a mass part. So I would like to invite Raúl Echeverría, who will be the moderator of the first part, Perspectives on the Future of Internet Governance. Let me remind you that in this panel, there are people who speak Spanish, people who speak Portuguese, and people who speak English. So if you need equipment for translation, then you can get it now. So here we have the panel members for this panel. Chengetai Masango, head of the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum. We have Andres Piazza. We have Jacqueline Morris, Villagamba, Flavia Lefebvre, and Adela Goberna. So let's welcome them with a round of applause. And let's hand over the floor to the moderator, Raúl Echeverría. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, congratulations to the Bolivian people on the anniversary of independence of Bolivia. As mentioned by many others before me, I am very pleased to be here in Bolivia, and especially in this city. It's the first time that I am in this city, which is a very beautiful city from what I have seen so far. Now, to counter something said about the altitude, it's not a myth, it is reality, this altitude thing. But I'm still okay, I'm still okay. Last year, the Secretary General of the UN took a very important decision, namely to create an advisory group, the high-level panel on digital cooperation, to address the challenges, the evolution of technologies and internet in the world, and to talk about the best ways to address those challenges. In other words, what are the best mechanisms for governance? So to address those challenges and to make sure that technologies are developed for the benefit of the global population. Chengetai Masango, who has been working for years as the head of the Secretariat of the IGF, he was also involved in that high-level panel on digital cooperation, and he will talk about this. But this panel is about, so this was like a starting point. That study was like a starting point to think and rethink the best ways of governance. We have been building a lot since 2015 when we had approval of creation of the IGF. But while many years have gone by, and it's time maybe to rethink mechanisms for internet governance. And now we also have material. We have the conclusions of this high-level panel study. But that's not the only input. We can also use our own creativity, our own ideas, and to develop our own models. So that's the purpose of this first part. So Chengetai will give an introduction, and then we will also listen to the other panel members, all of them renowned members of this community. So we will listen to the opinions of all of them regarding the future of internet governance. Chengetai, please.
Thank you very much, Raul. I'll stand here because I don't have three hands, so I'll stand. And before I start, I'd just like to congratulate you on your Independence Day, and also the organizers for this meeting. I think this is a great meeting, and I was at the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, and this, compares a lot with it. And congratulations. So before I start, because I will say that he was going to be very strict with time, I'll skip the background, and then I'll just start here. So as Raul said, the high-level panel on digital cooperation was convened in 2018, last year, to advance proposals to strengthen cooperation in the digital space among governments, private sector, civil society, international organizations, academia, technical community, and other relevant stakeholders. So everybody, it's a complete multi-stakeholder approach, and also a multidisciplinary approach. The Secretary General was very specific on that. It's not just multi-stakeholder, it has to be multidisciplinary approach. The panel's goals were to raise awareness about the transformative impact of digital technologies across society, economy, and contribute to the broader debate, safe and inclusive digital future for all. Sorry. So the panel was made up of 22 people, and from all sectors, and there were 2 people from South America, and that was Isabel and Edson Prestes. Sorry for my pronunciation, it's bad, but Isabel is there and Prestes is there on the other side. So there was a contribution from the South American continent in the panel. So the panel took 9 months. It garnered the views and proposals of member state industries, civil society, academia, as I said, drawing on their expertise from communities across the globe. As you can see, they went to Africa, Vanuatu as well, Pacific, Europe, North America, and I'm not too sure if there was, yes, and also South America as well. I mean, they came here, and there was also the G7 summit last year, if I'm not mistaken, or G20 summit as well. They were there. So they produced a report, and they, on June 10th, the report was presented to the Journal, and it was entitled The Age of Digital Interdependence. The first part of the report had just, sorry, I'm getting a bit of trouble with this. Yeah, what is digital cooperation? And it's, their hour is the panel's term to describe ways of legal and economic impacts of digital technologies in order to maximize benefits to society and minimize. The report can be divided into roughly 3 parts. So the first part is leaving no one behind. It's a landscape on how digital technologies can support achievement of the SDGs and how to ensure a more inclusive point that it looked at to ensure that every adult has an affordable access to digital networks and digital enabled financial 2030. That's when all the SDGs, the aim is to complete them by 2030. Digital public goods, and of course to have metrics for digital inclusion. Okay, that stopped, but that's fine. You can carry on. The second part was entitled Individuals, Societies, and Digital Technologies. Yes, and it looked at human rights and human agency. Okay, I'll just ignore that and just concentrate on my notes. Human rights and human, oh, it's there as well. Okay, great. Human rights and human agencies. It's a review of issues related to human rights, human agency, and security in the digital realm. So, of course, things like trust, security, and stability. Also, that's what the second part of the report looked at. And then the third part, which is, I think, the one that is most important to us here, is mechanisms for global digital cooperation. So it had a declaration of digital interdependence, that we're all interdependent in the digital age. The internet and the digital realm does not really respect any borders or spheres of influence. It cuts right across them. And then it had 3 potential architectures, which I'll just highlight on them. Called for a multi-stakeholder and systems approach to regulation. So it had 5 recommendations. Yes, 5 recommendations, and it is in Spanish. I found it. So the first recommendation is to build an inclusive digital economy and society. The second recommendation is to develop human and institutional capacity. That is, recommends establishment of regional and global digital help desks to help governments and civil society and the private sector to understand digital issues and develop capacity to steer cooperation and related to social and economic impacts of the digital technologies. I think that's a very important recommendation, number 2, that we all can participate in. Number 3 is to protect human rights and human agency. That's a review of existing international human rights accords and standards and how those apply to the digital age. The 4th is to promote digital trust and security and stability. I don't think I have to go through that one. I think it speaks for itself. And the 5th one is to foster global digital cooperation. Amongst other things, it was it recommended that the United to develop updated mechanisms for global. And they were also suggesting that we suggest as an initial goal of marking the United Nations 75th anniversary, which is next year in 2020, with a global commitment for digital cooperation. That enshrines the shared values, principles, and understandings and objectives for improved global digital cooperation and architecture. And the final important point was that they recommended that the United Nations Secretary General may appoint a tech envoy. 1 minute? Okay, so I'm almost finished. So the 3 potential models for dynamic cooperation was a distributed co-governance architecture. I won't read that, but it was rather complicated. And then a digital commons architecture, multi-stakeholder tracks to create dialogue around emerging issues. And the 3rd one, which is of my particular interest, and I'm sure it's also of Raul's special interest as well, is the IGF Plus, that would comprise of an advisory group, cooperation accelerator, policy incubator, observatory, and help desk, as I mentioned, to help people come up to speed with the digital issues. So that is my very brief introduction. I'm so sorry if I spoke too fast. I do have that habit. And I think my 1 minute is up. And if you want to go read the full report, there's the website. Unfortunately, the full report is only in English, but there is summaries in the UN languages. And Spanish is one of them. Unfortunately, Portuguese isn't, but Spanish is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chengetai. And I guess that there are avenues for participation to be part of this discussion. But the news for all of you is that Chengetai will speak again tomorrow morning. So probably you can also inform the people about how to become involved and participate.
Yes, exactly. So please come tomorrow. Yes, please come tomorrow morning. I'll have a more thorough in-depth on how to become involved in this and also what the IGF Secretariat is doing. And we also need the help of the national and regional initiatives as well. We have a review platform and everything. So please come 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Don't miss it.
Ok. Bueno, luego de la publicidad, entonces, vamos a nuestro próximo oradora, que es Jacqueline Morris, una colega con quien hemos compartido.
Okay. With whom I have been working for many years.
Right. So it's a huge area, and I have to find a bit to talk about in 4 minutes. So I'm going to go with my go-to area, which is capacity building and the IGF. One of the things I've noticed in the regionals as well as the global IGF is that you've got all these people who run in, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and nobody has any idea where to go, what they're talking about. There are all these tracks, and it's kind of very overwhelming. And that is one of the issues that we've had all along with getting all the various stakeholders. Even the governments have had a lot of difficulty trying to get themselves into a place where they can go to an IGF and get something valuable out of it. Because a lot of times you really don't know what's going on. It's a portion of your job, it's not your whole job. So you don't really have the time. And there are people for whom this is their job. There are volunteers who are professional volunteers, whose job this is. They work in academia in this field. I work in academia, but in education. So internet governance is not my job. Internet governance comes in above and beyond what I do on a normal basis. If I were in internet governance as my job, then it would be much, much easier. And it's very, very difficult for everyone to be on a level where we can discuss at a peer level with other people if we don't have the knowledge and the time to get to that level. And that's why I think that the help center, the help desk that you were talking about, is a very, very helpful thing, especially if we can get these things into little digestible things. Reading a 90-page document is not an easy task, especially when it's filled with a lot of jargon, and you've come home from work trying to get this sorted because you know there's a teleconference on some other day and you would like to participate, and you've got 92 pages to read in between feeding your kids. This is not helpful. And this is how we have been trying to integrate people into internet governance in the past, and it doesn't work. So I think it would be an excellent idea, but we would have to talk about how to do it in a way that works for people for whom this is not their job. And that is, I think, the majority of us who participate in this field. And I'm done. That's my 4 minutes.
Excelente. Adela, tal vez puedan usar ustedes el otro micrófono. Bueno, sí. Tu turno.
Bueno, gracias.
Inviting me to this panel. When I was reading the questions, etc., the first thing that came to mind is that internet governance is a topic that I started working on exactly when we were having these questions, which is exactly the challenge that we all address. We still have many questions, and this is a very complicated thing, and it's a very ambitious question. What is the future of internet governance? Well, I think that the main challenge for internet governance today is to understand that the social political context has changed a lot in the country. In this context, we need to understand that the different countries are having a different perspective about how to address the internet. That's the main challenge, understanding the different countries. Because when I make a historical review of this, I see that before there were more consensuses, and there was less dissent regarding different topics. But now we have a greater dissent. We have less convergence on internet governance. So honestly, I really think that this is the main challenge we have today. Understand the context within we have the discussions on internet governance at the moment. And we also need to understand that every discussion has a very strong local component. A local component that is deeply rooted in these socio-economic, socio-political issues and other issues related to the internet at the local level. And it's no longer only the internet what we are talking about, because from everything I have heard about, well, we also have to take into account other emerging components. So that is the main topic, that intergovernance is no longer only internet governance. It's much broader. It's about an understanding within the framework of certain contexts. Can I ask a question? No? What does it mean for you, understanding the context? What does that mean? It means that what we have today is very different, is substantively different compared to what we had before. And also the context in the different countries is very different. And so this is related to different standards, to different perspectives. So it's not homogeneous anymore. And that is a challenge. We need to understand this. We really need to understand these different contexts that are not homogeneous. So we need to have this discussion taking into account these differences. So something like that. So as you can see, I'm being very time aware, right? That's why we will go straight to the next panel member. Honestly, the questions today are very challenging. And when we don't have many answers, and well, I have started participating in this discussion for a very long time ago. And well, at the beginning, we wanted to present a series of principles, we wanted to have universal principles, etc. But at the time, it was not even possible to reach that consensus on principles. And well, and there were some understandings, but from different sectors. In all discussions, there were some understandings, but so at the beginning, it was not about the internet and regulation, but over time, this became necessary. So now we have the challenge in the sense that the original consensuses that were not reflected in principles and regulatory elements, well, now our challenge is to really answer those questions and to also answer the other questions related to the differences. Because, well, internet before was only one area, but now the internet is everywhere. Every regulation, any regulation is linked to the internet. At the same time, we need to talk about the capacity of the different stakeholders, their capacity to contribute to discussions. But the capacity of forums to have an impact on regulations or to have an impact on solutions, well, that capacity has decreased. 8 years ago, there was an IT chief from Brazil who suggested this mechanism. It was a different one compared to the one presented by Chengetai, but he came to this forum, and well, that had an impact. But today the impact is maybe lower. So I think that somehow the superstructure is evolving, and it's very difficult to enhance the legitimateness of the governance structures that are emerging. I think it's very risky to say this so briefly, but it's a little bit similar to the governance structures and so well, these are my comments for now. Thank you very much. Thank you for respecting time as well. Sebastián, please, Belagama. Thank you, good afternoon. Congratulations to all Bolivians, first of all. A couple of reflections to start this debate. I think that if we want to understand the future of internet governance, then we need to understand the present, first of all, and we also need to understand the past of internet governance. And if we want to apply, so the scheme of governance is linked to the subject that we want to submit to this governance scheme. Internet has many challenges from the point of view of the technical work, from technical operation of the internet, and hence from the point of view of internet governance. Humanity has needed years to understand the challenge of coordinating something at the global level with very poor results in general. And so although we So we need to make a critical review of the Internet governance process, but, well, we can also mention a couple of achievements in a context that is not very favorable to this. So, and why am I talking about this global collaboration? Because that is the Internet. The Internet doesn't exist. The Internet is about the will of networks to be connected. That's the only definition of the Internet. There is no physical infrastructure. There is no such thing as a central server. No, it's about interconnection. It's about voluntary collaboration among different networks. That is what the Internet is. So the big lesson learned so far is that collaboration is better than competition. Collaboration is better than competition. I think that this is a lesson learned. Now, within this framework of collaboration, something that has happened and something that is related to what Andres has said is that the interests at stake are not the same interests that we had at the beginning. So the discussions, because the interests at stake at the beginning were very different to the interests today. Also, the number of stakeholders today is very different to the number of stakeholders at the beginning. I always tend to question the regulators with the following phrase. And you know this, Raul. I always ask the regulators, because the problem with the regulators is that if the reality is not in line with the regulation, then for them reality should change and not the regulation. And I think that we are within the same framework. We need to adjust our regulations to the new reality. That's a challenge we have. Adapt the regulations to the new reality. Thank you. Last one, but not less important, please, Flavia. Flavia Lefebvre. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Flavia, of one of the four representatives of civil society and of the Internet Management Committee of Intervoces, which is a Brazilian collective of social communication. And I will speak in Portuguese. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about the public nature of the Internet, and to also talk about the physical infrastructure in this sense related to telecommunications, which was recognized in the World Meeting in April 2014, which ended with the Declaration of Sao Paulo, which was based on a collaboration of more than 1,000 individuals, which was a multi-sector declaration signed by many countries. In this sense, to act within the context of Internet governance, it is fundamental to take into account the premise of the search for this public space and also the private spaces. Specifically because the large companies have been global monopolies concentrating thousands of users that are often not aware of the difference between the Internet itself and the applications offered by those companies. Because of this reality, the data traffic, the personal data traffic and information flows have been concentrated in the hands of few stakeholders with economic power. And this has never before seen in history. And this is of concern because this concentration of power has affected the human nature, but has also jeopardized religious, cultural and social differences, but also democracies of several countries, especially in Latin America, where we have a prevalence of data franchise-based Internet programs, and where we have restrictions to few applications such as Facebook, which limits the access to the Internet. These problems are even more intense when faced with the discrimination potential of the new technologies, with the use of artificial intelligence algorithms linked to the Internet of Things, which enjoy an alarming protection within the framework of international trade agreements. which have a trend of limiting human rights and consumer rights. And especially in Latin America, we see that governance is of concern, that governance has to define clearer guidelines in line with the public interests, and that we need to work on laws to limit the power of a very few companies, that we also need mechanisms for defense of the consumers and to raise awareness among the consumers, because therefore, my institution has always defended and continues to defend the fact sector governance mechanisms are the best and most powerful channel to address the challenges and to reach the objective of having an ethical interest, of defending an ethical interest. That is why we give priority to public consultation to strengthen citizens within Brazil. Within Brazil, for example, we advocate for a greater surveillance, for a greater access to information. For us, the only path to overcome the challenges, these large challenges, is through a multi-sector governance at different levels. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we only have 40 minutes for this first part of the session, because we also have a second part in the session. But we do have some time left for a couple of questions. So do you have any questions on this third part on the future of internet governance? Do you have any comments or questions or? Well, you first and then you. And over there, the lady in white. 3 questions, but please be very concrete and concise. Well, my question for all the panel members is, I consider that the Internet Society has a lot of authority in defining internet governance policies, etc. And that you're also doing this as LACIGF on a more global level. Now, when we talk about internet development in Bolivia, well, people start using social networks, and after that, people start using YouTube. That's how transformation in this country has started. So within that logic, I see that the influencers, especially the YouTubers, start appearing. So what is the relationship, or what strategies do you see in the future in terms of the relationship between Internet Society and the influencers, so that we can reach out to the young people more and more? How do you see that? Okay, very brief, concrete questions, please. Hi, my name is Emanuela. I'm here with Youth IGF of Brazil. Okay, I will speak in Portuguese. Now, regarding this analysis of the monopolies in Internet, Flavia, you have talked about this, but specifically, what do you think is the importance of these elements to break through these monopolies? How can this be done? How can you break through these monopolies? Okay, don't forget, because my question is very concrete. I would like to know whether, well, I have heard that there are initiatives, but are there any concrete initiatives to start talking about enterprising in these initiatives as an engine? So what is a productive engine in all of this? Is there a productive engine in all of this? Hi, I'm Guilherme of Youth LACIGF. I would like to ask a question as follows. So what do you think about non-binding internet? You can ask the question. Okay. What do you think about binding internet governance mechanisms. Because when we talk about the future of governance, then we talk about what we would like to see. But well, often the politicians do not take ownership of what we suggest. So I would like you to talk a little bit more about the binding nature of internet governance mechanisms in the future. I will also make a comment, and since I have the mic, I will use it. Okay, something that is linked to what was said by Adele and Andres. For me, one of the challenges regarding the future of governance is that, for example, if we look at the world today, we are all faced with like 3 regulatory models. We have the North American model, which is business-driven, as mentioned by a representative of FCC in a conference in Argentina a while ago. Then we have the Chinese model that is pro-business but with a strong government oversight. And then the third model is the European model, which has a lot of regulatory weight, in which regulation is the public policy instrument. So for me, one of the challenges is to find a governance model that is that can be adequate for the different regions or realities. So I don't think that we need to choose one of those 3 models, that we need to find our own internet governance model. And I think that this is really an opportunity to build that model. And as Andres said, probably we need to combine different proposals. And that's what I mean as well. It's not so that we have to be in line, that we do not necessarily have to follow the recommendations of the high-level panel. We need to develop our own model. Okay, so you all have 1 minute or 1 minute and a half to answer the questions. Chengetai, would you like to start?
It is important that it's not one size fits all, and also the recommendations are a starting point of a discussion, not the final point of a discussion. Looking at these questions, the binding natures of with the IGF, we try and stay away from hard instruments, but we're moving towards in that direction. But it really is up to the stakeholders to see what kind of mechanisms we can come up with that will be binding. But then again, I would just like to say that the internet itself is not built on binding mechanisms. It is built on mechanisms that people volunteer to adhere on. There are common principles and codes of practice that people follow. 20 seconds. Yes. Monopolies, yes, there are also various ways to make space for newcomers in markets that seem to be monopolized by big platforms. I mean, France is trying something. So I don't think anybody in this stage here can give you answers, hard answers, but the way we get answers is by discussing with the monopolies as well and telling them what your needs are, and also the governments can come in because they do have that power to make them listen. So that's the only way. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I will mention the binding resolutions. As you said, governments like legislation and laws and regulation and that kind of thing. And that's not how the internet has been working. And that's also not a way that multi-stakeholderism can work, because a lot of the input from different stakeholders, they aren't stakeholders, I'm talking now like civil society and stuff. A lot of these people are not people who can enter into binding agreements with governments and so on. I can't have my little activism foundation coming up, and I don't have the funds, I don't have the ability to go and do that. And I think that the important part of it is that we do focus on the multi-stakeholder. We do not focus on only the stakeholders who are able to enter into binding resolutions and who are only able to deal with things on that level, and we leave out the actual people for whom the internet is supposed to work. I mean, that's what the SDGs are about. It's about the people of this world. And the people of this world are not going to be able to do binding resolutions and that sort of thing. Okay, sorry I went over. Oh, you
Nada, después de escuchar las preguntas me doy cuenta que de vuelta volvemos a esto de que hay muchas preguntas y hay muy pocas respuestas a veces. De hecho, todas las preguntas que fueron sobre regulación de Internet, cómo empoderar o cómo potenciar a los emprendedores.
Etc. I think that we are really mixing many topics beyond the scope of this panel. And this is just an example of internet governance, right? That internet governance is one big confusion. As I said before, we always open this box with many questions, with many issues, and all those issues are very important, all those questions are very important, but we are not doing this in a methodological manner. That is what is happening with internet governance. Whenever we try to describe this, in theory, we start to combine and mix up different issues and different matters, so we don't know what the scope is of internet governance. We always mix it with many things. So the questions that we have here in this panel are a practical example precisely of this mix-up. Regarding something that was mentioned by Raul of the three models, of the three types of internet models, I think that Latin America and the Caribbean have the responsibility to find their own model. And also our institutions are a little bit weak in this sense. So I think that towards the future, we really need to focus on that, on building our own model. For many years, I thought that regulation was something that was not applicable to the internet. But today, I really think that we need to move forward in regulation. And I think that also the IGF should prepare proposals in this sense. And well, I think that we need to work with the existing experience in this sense. And so I think that this high-level panel of the United Nations is a very good starting point, also because it comes from the UN, which enjoys a lot of legitimateness. So this was like a multi-stakeholder panel, and there was an output that we should use as a starting point. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that when we have internet governance forums, those internet governance forums should not become regulation forums, right? Because internet governance forum goes beyond regulation. And then one final element, tomorrow at 6 o'clock there is a side event here, right here. At 6 o'clock there is a side event to present two studies. One is a study made by a couple of entities, and I participated in that study, and the other one is a study of civil society on civil society's position on regulation. And that side event will have a discussion precisely about this, about democratic regulation that understands society and that understands the internet. Thank you. Two things. One, regarding the questions related to the social media and entrepreneurship. I think that these are important questions, but I think that we need to go back in this. Well, thanks to the capacity of the internet to allow innovation, we are where we are today. The internet, the existence of the internet has opened a new world with an enormous capacity of innovation. And why am I saying that we have to go back? We have to go back to precisely to protect that capacity of the internet to innovate. That is the value that we have to protect. And then with regard to the binding resolutions and the binding regulations, which is also a very important matter, I would prefer to have a mechanism or a result that can be used as an input elsewhere. An open input and a legitimate input, especially a legitimate input, because to have binding resolutions, if they're not legitimate, then we're at a loss. So I think that we need to think along those lines, so that the regulation should be an input, not an imposition, a legitimate input provided by many stakeholders who had a discussion from different perspectives. I think that this would be much more powerful. Flavia? Well, first of all, when we talk about Facebook and WhatsApp, which are of the same economic group, well, they are one dominant group. And then we also have the companies that dominate the access to the internet. So there we have this effect of concentration, which is very strong, a very powerful concentration, because through these mechanisms, through these services, these companies become even stronger because they can take our personal data and they have more and more power. With regard to Google, for example, the data of 2019 are as follows. Around 1.3 billion people use YouTube. Every minute, 300 hours of video are sent to the platform. More than 4 billion videos are watched day after day. So if you have companies acting with that sort of power, any practice within these companies, especially in terms of respect for the flow of information, will strengthen, has the potential of affecting democratic institutions. And this is absolutely determinant and of concern. Even though today it's very difficult to address the power of concentration of those companies, and the US is working on this and Europe is working on this. So even though this is still a challenge, this is a challenge that we necessarily must address. So I would like to say to you that the regulators, well, in Brazil, for example, the regulators need to understand that they do not have to change reality, that what they have to change is interpretation of the law, that they have to change the laws, the regulations, etc., not the reality. In Brazil, our regulator that protects consumer interests, well, that regulator, which is relevant for this, well, that regulator is not very strong, and it does not have a very good understanding of what is going on. They do not understand that laws are living documents, and that the laws must be interpreted in accordance with the law. So we really need to address these issues, because otherwise we will continue being we will continue to be controlled by them, especially during the elections. So we will continue to have the same problems of misinformation, etc. I don't know if this answers the questions, but well, these are my comments. Okay, let me first of all take a selfie for my collection of selfies. Thank you. No, stay. Let me ask you to stand up formally, and let me now ask for a round of applause. That is how it's done. Thank you very much. And now we have the second part of this session, but we have a delay of 20 minutes. So there's a delay of 20 minutes. So please stay where you are, and we will now continue with the second part of this session. Okay, I have come here to present a study that we have conducted with support from LACIGF. Let me give you the context. As you know, LACIGF, together with APC and with some others, we started with this effort of supporting the organization, the annual organization of LACIGF. The event has become very important, but we received some comments in the sense that somehow we were losing our transcendence. So LACIGF, together with the Secretariat and with some other institutions, we maintain the organization of this event, and we think that this event should continue to be a transcendent event with synergies. So in this sense, we we had this concern of making an analysis, a more complete analysis, to know more about, to learn more about the point of view of more organizations, of more people, of more institutions that have given life to this effort for many years. And so we suggested this idea to the LACIGF program committee, and well, they agreed on conducting this analysis. So we entrusted this analysis to Raúl, a young promise in the region, as you all know. And so you will hear now a series of recommendations, findings, conclusions from different sources. LACIGF does not specifically support these recommendations, but in general we support the idea to do something as a community, as the program committee, as the organizations involved in this, to maintain our transcendental nature and to continue being a source of information for decision makers and to be a relevant source of information, to be an authoritative source of information, so that we could continue to be of importance. Because, well, 1 year ago we were in the global IGF in Buenos Aires, where they were talking about the law of intermediaries, etc. And 4 months later, that law never became a reality, and the law that was enacted was completely different. So we think that we really need to make an effort for this effort to be relevant. So Raúl will now present the results of this analysis so that we could continue to be indispensable. Oh, thank you for saying that I'm a young promise. Anyway. Very well. So as you can see, here are some data about the process that we followed. Very fast. Basically, everything that I will present is available on the website of LACIGF. The full document is available on the website of LACIGF in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. At the end of the document, you can also find the feedback that we received in writing. Formally, 157 people participated in the analysis. So the consultation was an exercise of mobilization in itself. Those 157 people participated in individual interviews, in phone calls, in conferences, or in writing. So we started with a white sheet. So we did not start with any document. We simply started speaking with people. So we started with a white sheet. As you can see in the last point, the comments gave form to this document, and we saw that there were 6 categories: participation, contents, formats of the meetings, structure of LACIGF, cross-sectoral work, and financing of LACIGF. It's important to see that there are some fundamental agreements, unanimous agreements, namely that LACIGF has been very positive over its years of existence. And also, there's also a consensus in general that this is the moment to introduce improvements so that LACIGF would continue to be relevant and would even be more relevant than it is today. I think that I'm pushing this too much. Okay, so let's go straight to some of the conclusions. In the document you can find the diagnostic, the assessment. I'm going to just ignore that assessment. Okay, in participation, what are the recommendations? To have more dissemination activities for the agendas, the speakers, and the details of the meetings to be available in advance. And especially for governments and the private sector, this was a very important point, because they say that it's very difficult to internally sell this within their organizations if there is no public information available. Another recommendation is to strengthen the spirit of collaboration and construction within LACIGF. This means that we have to come here to meet the objectives of LACIGF, so that we come here not only with our own objectives, but that we need to have a common ground, that we come here to work on a consensus and to work towards common goals. Because, you know, like during the other 364 days of the year, we can focus on our own interests. But here, on this day, we really need to work on our common ground. That's very important. Another recommendation, formal communication to the governments. We have seen that this is a problem because participation of the government sector is not very considerable. And many government officers say that one of the problems is that there are no formal invitations, that there is no formal communication. Flavia said that for the global IGF, well, one of the success factors in the global IGF is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil sent several invitations to all countries in the world. So that gave like a different characteristic to the meeting. So we need to work on this, on formal communication. So this is a request made by the government officers. Another suggestion from many people was to implement, as we have in the global IGF, to find other ways to have some sort of high-level sessions at the beginning or of the end of the global IGF. Contents, recommendations related to contents. The recommendations are related to focused agendas, to consider the different realities of the region, cultural diversity, language diversity, geographic diversity, and even one point that was mentioned specifically is diversity in the sense that the countries make progress at different speeds. So what may be relevant for one country is not necessarily relevant for other countries. So we need to be intelligent when preparing agendas. So because all of us need to go upwards, but still we need to take into account these diversities of the different countries. So we need to have an interesting agenda for all countries. Then the production of outcomes, that is also a very general recommendation. This is about producing outcomes simply related to a synthesis of the discussions, but most people go beyond this. Most people talk about something that could be an input for other processes. So this is about identifying different positions, not forcing a consensus, but when there is a consensus, it needs to be reflected in a document, at least the main lines. No one participating in this said that we need to have formal mechanisms for negotiation or that we need to force negotiations to reach agreements. No, that's not on the table. And something else which is very important is to not repeat contents, because it seems that since we do not have very good documentation of all the events, it seems that sometimes we repeat what we already discussed. So this is also something that needs to be avoided. Formats. This is one of the large demands, namely to have more interactive formats. So since last year, we have started with having some breakout sessions in smaller groups, and people really value that. So we also suggest to have other options. So the idea is to not to fully abandon, but to minimize the format of the panels and to rather have other formats, innovative formats for debates among people with different positions, and to even have like role plays or to have like moderated discussions but without panel members, or to have like high-level keynote speakers but truly keynote speakers who become the motivators for the discussions. To have less repetition of the moderators and speakers. That was also a recommendation, and well, I feel to blame for that because I have been a moderator often at LACIGF, so that's an important point really, to have a greater rotation in terms of the speakers and the moderators. And also to improve transparency, to improve transparency in the selection of panel members and speakers. We know that it's a lot of work, you know, to find speakers who are available. It's a lot of work, but that work must be more transparent and must be more visible. It must be more transparent also in terms of who can become a speaker. Work in between the meetings, many proposals. So one proposal, a general proposal, is related to the fact that LACIGF should be a more continuous process and should be more focused on the topics. And well, the annual meeting should be only one of the activities. There are many proposals in the sense to have virtual working groups, for example, to adopt efficient collaboration platforms online, to improve communication and to improve integration with other forums and organizations, to also share the relevant content of LACIGF, with other key stakeholders. And then, for example, the example mentioned by Oscar was relevant in the sense. So we were having a discussion and other people were taking decisions and they were not taking into account the existing discussion. So it's important to do this. And also to improve the warehouse information, the deposits of information. In terms of infrastructure, once again, we have a situation with a program committee made up of representatives of the different sectors. It works very hard. They work as volunteers, but it's not visible. So there's also demand for greater visibility of the program committee, for the program committee to have a greater leadership and a greater visibility. And that concerns both the members of the program committee, but also other people who have had roles linked to the program committee. This always happens in human groups, right? That the work is not always visible and that the work is not always distributed adequately. So the idea is to have a more collective responsibility in this. Also, the program committee is a representation of all the interest groups. So if there is a collective responsibility, then that also implies a commitment of the different interest groups participating. Then to also have clear roles and responsibilities. Many people ask about the role of the program committee. What does it do? What is the role of the program committee? And also to have a greater clarity in terms of the criteria to elect the members of the program committee. And then there is also significant support to create a secretariat. Of course, that has financial implications, but in general, we see that today people have a very favorable opinion of having a secretariat. And well, so there is a vision that something is missing, right? And that the missing link in LACIGF is a secretariat, like a technical secretariat. In terms of financing, the most general recommendations are not very innovating, but while the majority thinks that we need to continue with the current model, which is based on donations, on grants, but there is also this feeling that if the LACIGF becomes more relevant, then more institutions will be interested in giving financial support. That's a general comment. But there are also complementary ideas related to memberships, etc. In this sense, we have also been looking at examples of other regional associations. For example, we have been looking at associations in Europe and how they have their membership structures. Based on all these recommendations, well, I made this public. This was published, the report was published, and then we had an open call to receive feedback and reactions from people. And well, so at the end of the document, we therefore included a proposal regarding the next steps. Well, I think that we need to continue with this project to implement the recommendations. As I said, this consultative exercise was like a step for mobilizing the community, and we need to take advantage of that impulse, of that driving force. So I think that we really need to continue working on the implementation of these ideas. And of course, this requires a lot of support, right? So if we continue with the project, as mentioned by Oscar, this was an initiative of LACNIC initially, and of course to continue now this needs to become a formal commitment taken on by the program committee. So what could we do in terms of the next steps in, let's say, the coming 6 months? We could start with coordination of the host of next year. We could look at the details of the meetings. We could define the details. We could define the agendas, have the public consultations. We could have public agendas, and the agendas should be available in advance. That's possible. We should also start identifying the priorities. We could start working on different formats to take into account what was mentioned. So to have more formats, well, you can find more details on this in the report. But there are also reports regarding the formalization of the youth, like IGF. There are also proposals related to workshops, like in the global IGF. So all this requires an engineering, and this is something that we can start doing already. And then there are also some demands, some proposals, etc., towards the program committee. This requires processes, this requires some further work. We can work on all of this. This is something that we can start doing in the next 6 months. We can also start working on improving the data repository, etc. And then we can also start with the formal communication, improvement of the formal communication with the government. And then we can also analyze the changes in the structure of LACIGF and the changes that need to be included with a view to sustainability. So this is the proposal regarding the next steps within the framework of the analysis that we have made. And finally, there's something I want to show you, because this is easy to understand, right? You have all seen this, you all understood? Okay, so in one of the calls that we launched after publishing the report, one of the comments made was that what has to be defined is the nature of LACIGF. What is the mission of LACIGF? And also many conversations, especially with people of international institutions, were about what is the integration of LACIGF, what is the role of LACIGF within the internet governance ecosystem. Well, so I started to draw something, and this is simply a loose idea for discussion. I think that some arrows are missing anyway. But the interesting thing here is that how can I use this pointer? Okay, so for example, as Sebastian talked about the inputs, for me, LACIGF is the place where the stakeholders, the organized stakeholders, and also individuals, including governments, can contribute. Now there's an interference in this debate. Careful, okay. Now this seems to be very sensitive. Okay, is it coming back? It's back. Okay, can you move it? And I will only use the laser pointer, nothing else. Okay, so as I said, IGF, as you will see on the drawing, is the place that receives contributions from all stakeholder groups and where we have discussions in equal conditions. So LACIGF is the place You know, when I asked people why should we improve and maintain LACIGF, why do we need to make this effort? And well, one response that was repeated often is that LACIGF is a unique space, because although there are many discussion spaces, this is the only open discussion space in equal conditions that is even open to people that are not linked to a stakeholder, to an organized stakeholder. So it's a place of discussion. And so what can we aspire to? That's what we can see on the right-hand side and the left-hand side. So what outcomes can we produce? Well, in addition to the discussions, etc., principles, guidelines, what else should we do? For example, regarding discussions on copyrights today, it seems that there is this general feeling to try and have some sort of summary that might be a conclusion to be considered by other forums, right? And then those inputs could be used by other intergovernmental agencies, even though they're not binding. So it's simply about recommendations, inputs that can be used as recommendations in terms of indicators, goals, etc. For example, like ELAC. ELAC, it's only one I want to mention. ELAC is an entity organized by ECLAC. So then the governments, they take this back to their countries, they use the conclusions of ELAC, but then at the national level, we also want to have this appetite for a discussion among the stakeholders, but then those discussions once again receive feedback from the organized stakeholders, and they also consider the conclusions of ELAC and LACIGF. So what is the conclusion of this? The conclusion is that there is no such thing as a hierarchical organization in this. So it's not only about one or the other. It's about improving LACIGF, which is the equivalent of global IGF. It's about improving LACIGF, LACIGF Plus, for example. But at the same time, we need to improve that network, which is not a separate thing as identified in the high-level panel report. And then somewhere we need to find public policies as a result of all of these processes, of course with participation of all stakeholders in the best scenario. So right now we are here, all of us together, we are thinking, this is you, and I would like to open the floor for your comments, to hear what you have to say. I think we have another 10-20 minutes. So anyone is brave enough? And once again, please read the report that is available on the website. I'm from Ecuador. First of all, I want to congratulate you for sharing this report with us, this report that has been discussed a lot by different people. Some very concrete questions related to this. Now, someone asked about the influencers, the YouTubers. What happens with them? How can you deal with them? Another question is about remote access. I think that in terms of remote access, we also need to improve the spaces. And I think that the format of that there are interesting formats in this sense. Well, we have been here for several hours, but we have only seen 3 presentations with visual presentations. So I think that we also need to work with visual means, because at the end of the day, sometimes we are distracted, so we need to have visual inputs as well. And then finally, I also wanted to mention that in addition to remote participation, well, some people are participating here to the social media. They're tweeting, they're sending questions, etc. through the social media. For example, in the governance forum in Stockholm, we had one screen to publish tweets, the tweets generated in relation to the forum. So I think it would be good to take that into account. Hi, good afternoon to all of you. I'm a counselor of the Brazilian IGF. I will speak in Portuguese because otherwise there will no longer be any Portuguese translation. No escucho. Está muy bajo ese micrófono en general, el anterior también apenas lo escuché. Well, in the other forums we have already talked about several topics regarding the internet exchange, but there is also another series of topics like freedom of expression, data protection, data privacy, and so we need a forum like this one to have a regional discussion specifically on those topics. Now I understand that the proposal of the program committee is related to the originating power. Now, I think that there is an imbalance in that committee. For example, there is not a single Brazilian institution or Brazilian representative in the program committee. That's one thing. I think that we should review this. And so I have questions about this, whether it is possible to broaden the committee, the program committee, by bringing more representatives, by having a greater representation, a greater legitimateness, and by having a greater participation. Because at the end of the day, there are many entities, not only in Brazil, but also in other countries of the region, who would like to participate in this program committee. So okay, could you a little bit briefer? Hi, I'm a member of some collectives, citizen collectives, that fight for a better internet in Bolivia. And also, I'm also a member of ISOC Bolivia. I will say this very simply. I would like to confirm what the previous speakers have said, and I would like to add one question. First of all, congratulations on this presentation. This really reflects the feelings of many people in terms of the changes that should be made in the model of LACIGF. This is a very good job, really. Now, one question I have before I leave. You have mentioned that this model has been successful, or is successful, but I would like to know what methodology you have to measure this. Only that. Hi, how are you? I'm Maria Jose. I'm part of the UN in Bolivia, but here I am in a personal capacity. And I would like to, one aspect that I'm worried about regarding the future of LACIGF is inclusion. I have been in some forums on internet governance, and I have been in freedoms in internet. And I have seen that the space is very hetero-patriarchal. That is to say, upper classes and adults centered. So what my question is, how can we address this to make sure that the discussion on intergovernance would not be limited to an elite, but would also go down to different social classes and to the different diversities. In our country, for example, we have 36 ethnic groups only in Bolivia. So my question is, how are we going to be more inclusive in these spaces to avoid this elite bubble in this discussion? And I think we also need to do this starting from capacity building, so that the people who have different internet use patterns could also participate in this type of forums. Okay. About the point of the permanent secretariat, I think it's an interesting idea to have a secretariat. And let me say that funding is important in this sense. So if the people want to strengthen the LACIGF, then maybe we will have to make a contribution for this to materialize. And then in terms of legitimateness and transparency, well, the program committee had a very broad role at the beginning, and maybe it has to be more transparent and accountable, but I think they do the best job possible. But well, if there is a secretariat to strengthen this, then transparency and accountability would automatically improve. I'm not tweeting, I'm just taking notes. I think it's quite interesting, that presentation, but I have a couple of questions. I'm Mr. Valverde, and I come from the university world. And I have a question regarding the positive experiences of implementation of the program over the last couple of years. And I think that it is strange in the previous interventions to hear that there is not yet a concrete approach regarding the binding nature of this process. So I still have questions about the binding nature of all of this, because that would give a greater legitimateness and a greater commitment also on behalf of the government within the framework of digital citizenship and within the framework of the government structures. So I would like to know whether in your proposal, in your study, you have also looked at some positive experiences from which we could draw lessons learned to rethink this thing of the binding logic within the framework of digital citizenship, with the generational approach, etc., within the framework of diversities and inclusion, and also within the framework of political decision-making, the government logic regarding internet governance. So that citizenship would be more effective and so that public policy making would be more realistic. Good afternoon. To continue with that reflection, I think it is important to include in the public agenda to have truly public policies. Well, these forums and the results of these forums, and also the result of this report, need to have indicators, measurable results, not measurable in terms of the conclusions issued by this forum, but measurable results in terms of the government in the states. So this requires a lobby for this to be part of the public agenda, and this also requires measurable public policies. But this will not be possible if we do not have a turning point in terms of how we are developing the forums. So I think that we need to have a denominator of the content of the forums. So we need an epistemological shift in this, and we mainly need a turning point in terms of the processes, so that we can measure the results. And this has been mentioned before. Our country needs to implement the principles and values of ethics related to equality, related to equity, related to inclusion, etc. We have many challenges related to development of the digital economy, the orange economy. And this is precisely the forum to develop that. But operational implementation must be subject to measurement to measure effectiveness in a country like Bolivia. And so to do this, this has to be included in public policies. Because while we are having these debates, in Asia, people are developing, as we know, startups, technological enterprises, innovations, research, etc. And this should be the forum that allows us to generate inputs for development of the peoples. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? We have a space for one or two more comments. No? Okay. Very well. Please. There's always a volunteer in the end. Maybe going back to the point I mentioned before, I see that somehow it is necessary to strengthen the concept and the conceptual framework of the organization, that we need to strengthen the issues, the pillars of innovation and entrepreneurship to generate value added. I'm talking about technological entrepreneurship, but as a cross-cutting topic, we could also talk about social entrepreneurship to strengthen technology hand in hand with the social sector. And I think that like this, we could add value. And we would be able to add value to the stakeholders. For example, here, I would have liked to see in the startups sector, somehow they have ideas and concepts that could strengthen these initiatives. Thank you. Okay, well, the objective of this session was to listen to you, so I'm not going to respond to your comments. The idea of the session was for me to receive your comments. But there was one concrete question, I think. One of the questions was, how do we measure success of LACIGF? Well, in fact, there has been no methodology or mechanism to measure success. What I have presented in the report is what I collected from interviews and from meetings with many people. And so it's about the general perceptions. So we are talking about perceptions of success, but not success measured in a systematic manner. There was also a question about the indicators regarding LACIGF. Well, I don't remember whether this is included in the report, but well, let me make a comment on this, namely that clearly for most people who participated in the consultation, the indicator of success of LACIGF is the capacity to influence public policy making. So somehow later we could work on developing a methodology to measure the impact. But the point is that if everything that we discuss here from different parts of the region, if we are here for a couple of days devoting our time to these discussions, then well, some of these discussions have to be translated into an impact in reality, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. So thank you very much. I think that now the program committee will have the task of reviewing the report and of considering your comments. And well, we will be keeping you informed of the next steps for participation. Now, regarding the first part of the panel, I would like to make two recommendations. One is that we need to improve the capacity of the region to participate in that global process. So we need to promote further discussions within that framework from the region. So I would like to invite you to be more enthusiastic in participating in that process. And I would like to invite you to participate in that global discussion. And Chengetai tomorrow, he will give us more information about how we can participate. Having said this, thank you for staying late, later than planned. Thank you, Raul. Well, we have ended the first day of sessions of LACIGF 12, and I would like to invite you this evening to the welcome cocktail offered in the Jardín Japonés at 7 o'clock. From the hotel, there will be buses starting at 6:30 to take you to